Okay, I just needed to reboot OBS. We're back on now.
Awesome.
How y'all doing?
Hey, everybody! Hello, Biz. I know you're watching. Anyway, welcome to the
Biz?
7th session of Irony's Claw. Yes. Friend of mine who asked me to record these sessions
Oh yeah,
because
nice.
yeah.
Nice.
So welcome back to the 7th session of Irony's Claw. Today's just going to be a casual, quiet night in Reno. Maybe while we handle some plot stuff in the background. You don't know. Some fun stuff could happen.
I sure hope so.
But before we do any of that, we open actually. Are you guys ready to start, by the way?
Yeah, I'm ready. Let me make sure I have all my. No, hold on. Let me get my Google Docs first. I keep everything in Google Docs because I'm lazy, and I don't want to like format it. All right, I'm ready.
So we open in Eli's room. He wakes up. It's a normal day. Do you want to describe what you do when you wake up?
I have my morning panic attack where I'm thinking,
Of course.
oh, that's right. That wasn't a dream. All of that was real. Okay. Don't mind
Eli,
it. Get out of my
Eli-
head. I am going to go and get dressed.
Elijah James Sullivan having his iconic
Get out of my
7
head,
p.m.
get out of my head, get out of my head, get out of my head, get out of my head.
It's actually more like Smiling Friends, like, get out of me head! But
Get out of my head, man! Get out of my head, man!
Yeah, he gets it.
Fucking love that.
My favorite character. What was his name? Fucking like
DJ Spitz.
DJ Spitz. Yes. Okay.
I wanted to be a SoundCloud artist, man.
It's pissing me off, man. Anyway, no.
I was gonna say it's more like the scene where the ketchup guy's like, oh no, you should talk to Salty. He's taking his iconic 7 p.m. nap. And I was like, no, it's Eli, and he's taking his iconic 7 a.m. panic attack.
The fact that there's such thing as an iconic 7 p.m. nap. I want to have an iconic 7 p.m. nap.
Okay, well, we're kind of went off topic here, but just to finish off this topic, that's like an in joke in the whole like psychic pebbles. Like,
yeah, Joe, I love that joke.
People will fucking just call anything iconic. It's the best.
He will just throw that word around. I love it. I've had to explain that to so many people.
And now
it's
time for the iconic D&D campaign, Irony's Claw.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think I did that myself even like before this session.
Yeah.
Anyway, you actually wake up to a text from Sere. By the way, I'd just like to add, in between the festival when you first went and now, I'm gonna just say that a couple of weeks have passed, maybe like 2 or 3 weeks.
Okay.
So like when you went with them, and then when you went and like in the time between then and now, a few weeks have passed.
Gotcha. Okay.
If you want to rule that Eli was doing something like off screen, you could let me know.
He's been more frequently going to the dojo.
Well, that's great.
To try and.
I was gonna lead in with I haven't seen you in a while, but I can't now. All right. Sere just basically sends you
again. This is the second time I've seen this, but simply providing more ends up destroying the DM's plan sometimes.
Yeah, true.
It do be like that, however.
In this case, it could literally change to like, hey, you're coming to the dojo today? You know?
Pretty much.
Not that big of a,
that's
fair.
That's the message she'll send. Hey, you coming to the dojo today? She actually sends a follow-up message.
Okay.
Yuzu told me you had some stories from couples night.
Oh no, the disco ball.
I heard about couples night. Oh, okay. Yeah.
She also sends you like a winking face.
He's gonna send her a text that's gonna look a little bit like this, and I'll read it aloud once I'm done, but
He immediately follows up the winky face with, I don't know what this means. Yuzu just told me to send it.
That makes a lot more sense. Sorry, I'm gonna type out my message so I know what she's gonna say. Oh, yeah, I'm rather free today, so I'll be heading over to the dojo in the afternoon. I don't have any stories, so I don't know what she's talking about. See you then.
And as you walk downstairs, responding to that message, you hear your mom watching a news story.
Okay.
And then it happened. Suddenly, disco balls were flying through the air at couples night.
Oh no.
The unforeseen consequences of my actions.
It keeps happening.
It keeps
Dude,
and disco balls keep getting thrown at my head.
And then you start to hear interviews. So yeah, like there was this, like we were skating, and suddenly this disco ball just came up out of the sky. We don't know where it came from or how it came by. But what was really cool is afterwards, the Omni Janitor showed up. Now, people are curious about who the identity of this Omni Janitor. Who could he be? He just came in and started sweeping up. It was the most beautiful thing I have ever seen. I never thought that janitorialism could be so beautiful.
Janitorialism.
Hey, we're all legends.
Oh my god. He said it would be printed on t-shirts the next session.
The guy who said that is wearing a We're All Legends t-shirt.
He is a true fucking believer. I love that. Oh my god.
Where will the Omni Janitor go next? Who is the Omni Janitor? Legends have said that his name is really hard to pronounce.
Wow, fuck you.
No, man, I had trouble pronouncing it when he first said it to me.
I guess we're all just in the boat of, oh yeah, Asahite.
Asahite.
No. Asahite.
But at least you guys had something. I just kept forgetting it. And Devin had to keep reminding me.
That's funny. That's good.
The legend of the Omni Janitor with the really hard to pronounce name continues on.
Who is throwing disco balls at couples? Find out next time.
Oh yeah.
Next time we go into the story of who was throwing the disco balls at the couples. Suspects say that it might have been some jealous rampager.
Some people say, as in the local people, however, have all refuted this statement, saying, it just fell from the sky. Nobody threw it.
Join us in our 10-part expose on the Omni Janitor and the mysterious case of flying disco balls.
10-part.
Wow, they really will just make a news story out of anything nowadays, won't they?
Knowing the people of Reno, they'd probably actually watch the entire thing.
No,
absolutely. Yeah, no, people are interested.
So Eli says this aloud, by the way, just like making a cup of coffee.
Oh, anything interesting happen at couples night last night? You were there.
Well, I'll tell you, I did see the disco ball fall just out of the sky randomly. They're not wrong when they say it. It's just, it was just kind of random. It just happened.
Who would be reckless enough to throw a disco ball from that high? Just seems like an asshole thing to do, don't you think?
Yeah, I agree. It's just really weird how it happened. Like, I mean, it didn't seem to be like aiming for anyone either. It's just like, maybe they're like it's like an art installation or like an art project or something. And they're trying to like say something about the 70s or I don't know.
I'm sorry, say something. Oh God, what?
You know what I think it was? You know what I think it was? I have a pretty good idea of who it was. He stares at you kind
Yeah,
of
dude, I
intently.
just fucking hate the 70s.
Fuck the Bee Gees!
What's wrong? You gotta shit, piss, cum, maybe?
Good lord.
All I could think of is that Duke Nukem clip where it's like, she asked me to show her my pee-pee, and I thought, pee-pee? More like Bee Gees, staying alive.
Oh, is that Gianni?
That's Chris Voiceman, I think.
Oh, okay. That sounds a bit more like
Could be.
Gianni does the more esoteric stuff.
Yeah. I'm good to shoot you in the head and pass out at the sight of blood. Anyway, your mom looks at you intently. I think I know who could have done it.
Really? Who do you think so?
Oh, I think the answer is very obvious.
Really?
Oh.
Yeah, it's one of those gamblers, obviously. They get so into it.
Oh.
They put so much on the line, and then they lose it all, and they get mad. If you didn't want to lose it all, you don't put it on the line.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of irresponsible people who go gambling and stuff, so it's just Reno, I guess. Weirder stuff's happened.
That is true. What do you know about the Omni Janitor?
The Omni Janitor? I've actually
I
seen
never thought that one day, I never thought in any day of my life, janitorialism would be a respected field of work.
I know, right? Isn't it great?
It's inspiring. You really can be anything in Reno.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to tell her or not that I know him. Like,
that's up to you, man.
I don't want to be like, yeah, I know him. You know? I'm thinking about it.
Do you want to?
I mean, it would be like just like a matter of fact, like, oh yeah, the Omni Janitor. Yeah, I know him.
Do you want to?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's do it.
All right. How do you want to say it?
Oh, the Omni Janitor guy? Yeah, I know him.
You know him?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
You're not just making something up, Eli. You know this guy?
No. He's a guy with that name that's hard for people to pronounce. What was his name? It starts with an A. Not Asahite, I think. He's.
Oh my God. Is that intentional? Was that mispronunciation intentional?
Yes.
Okay. Just making sure.
Asahito. You know, I did read some stories that they say his name started with an A.
Yeah,
you know?
He actually was at the fair last time. So maybe the skating rink hired him.
Maybe that's true. I mean, it is a small world. We are the biggest little city, but we're still a little city at the heart of it. You know, I hope everybody gets a chance to know the Omni Janitor like you do.
I mean, I don't know him. I know of him, but I've spoken to him once or twice. I guess that means I know him. I don't know.
You know, I actually spoke to a Legend of Reno myself.
Really?
Could you believe it?
Actually, given how small the big city is here, I would believe it.
Oh, you want me to tell you that story?
Why not?
So, have you ever heard of the woman that could change your entire life just by talking to you?
In his head, he's like, no way. It's like, wait a second, I've heard this somewhere before. That might have been a legend I've heard once or twice.
Hold on, I have it in my notes. Yeah. Her name is It's been a while since she talked. It's been a while since we talked, but her name is Sophia Collins? Sophia something.
Sophia. Sophia. It just clicks in his head and he's like, oh my god. Oh my god, Sophia. Like Sophia. And he's like,
Yeah.
oh.
Yeah.
Oh, Sophia.
Sophia?
That funny story about that. You know Gwen?
Yeah.
Oh,
She lives with her grandma.
Huh. Well, obviously.
Right.
You mentioned that.
Have you met her grandma yet?
I don't think I have.
I think you have.
Really?
Because
Huh.
her name is also Sophia.
Small world. Are you saying that they could be the same person?
I don't know. I never asked for her last name, but she's kind of said a lot of really wise things whenever I was around her. So, I mean, she gives me the vibe of someone who would be able to change someone's whole worldview just by talking to him for a bit.
Oh, wisdom comes with age.
I suppose.
I have no doubt that your friend's grandmother is very wise, but this woman was on a whole nother level.
Okay.
I went there after
She has no idea.
Roger left, and I was pretty distraught. I don't look like it, but I feel like I was about to crumble under the pressure. But we sat, she made me tea, and we just had a long conversation about where our lives were going. We had a long conversation about you two, you and Jamie. And at the end of the day, you guys came first. And it was more important that I tried to get you to feel a sense of normalcy.
Mm-hmm.
And then I get to work on myself. The most important thing is that you grow up feeling that everything is okay. She said that to me. I hold those words true because watching you two grow up, watching you become the people you're becoming, has honestly made me feel a little better.
I see.
there's a train passing by my house.
If you ever get the chance, do talk to that woman.
Yeah. He's just like in his head. He's like, I know for a fact these two are probably related or are the same person. Like this. There's
Roll
no
awareness.
way. There's no way.
Roll awareness.
3. Damn it.
Roll it with advantage. Fuck it.
Okay. That's a 14. A little better.
Yeah, they're definitely related. They're definitely the
Yeah.
same person.
Like they have to be. There's no way.
You want to know what I would have said if it was a 3? Wow, it's rather interesting that they have the same name.
Yeah.
Just a neat little tidbit.
I needed it to be obvious. But yeah, no, yeah, she's 100% talking about Gwen's grandmother. But yeah. She told me, how to get over this little hurdle of ours. She helped me through it a lot. I didn't just see her once. We've talked multiple times.
Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm getting a random voice actor from some voice acting server I'm in asking for advice, I think.
Awesome.
Sorry about that. So,
Yeah?
what
Yeah.
the fuck? Oh, well, I mean, it makes sense.
She just quietly kind of goes back to her work.
It's not.
Oh, and good news.
I'm not online anyway. Nope. Okay, this is probably some weird scam. I'm sorry. This person's taken a screenshot of my Steam account.
Oh, jeez.
Received an email from Steam support that your account was compromised by
Yeah,
someone.
this
Or
is
I don't
probably.
know. Interesting.
This is probably some scam.
Well, I did something bad. Okay, hold on. You guys got to see this shit.
Oh my.
I don't mean to like
Oh, shit.
derail the entire.
You're good. You're good. Just as long as we have time to figure out everything that we.
Yeah.
Hold on. I'm gonna zoom in.
Is it okay if I take a screenshot of the message that I received? Sure.
Okay.
Jesus.
Yeah.
This man is panicking.
Didn't someone I Neville might name exact person or message chain?
Yeah. So it's like, hey, are you there? Did I disturb you? Nope. Need something about this kind of stuff. I'm having a serious problem. Is this your account? I'm like, yeah, that's my Steam account. It's not too active. Have I received an email Steam support? I did something bad. Okay, is that I received?
This man is taking the good name of Cynthia from Pokemon Generation 4 in
No,
vain.
this is they're not wrong. That is my Steam account.
How
Okay,
do
so
they
what's
know
gonna
it
happen?
though?
Because it's the same account, like same username that I.
Oh yeah, so he's gonna be like, "Help me." You're gonna
Yeah.
be like,
So
"No." He's gonna
actually,
be like,
I'm
"Well,
having a
I know
concern.
someone at Steam. You're gonna get your account taken down.
My dad
I'm gonna
works
threaten you.
at Microsoft.
I'm gonna tell him
They
my
will
account
genuinely
seems to
start
be.
threatening you soon.
Yeah,
By
my
the way, they're
account.
gonna be like, "Help me." No.
That's weird.
Okay, well, I'm gonna get your Steam account taken down. And then nothing's gonna happen. I've seen this exact chain of messages with
To
someone
be
before. I think it might
working.
have
I'm gonna
actually
fuck
been
with them
Neville
for a little
who went
bit.
through this.
I'm
Do
gonna
it.
fuck with them for a little bit.
Keep them
Could
going.
you
Be
do
like,
it
"Oh no, I'm
without?
so sad."
I'm gonna waste their time.
I hate to waste. I hate to.
So
I hate to be that guy, but could we?
do
Could
without
you
this?
do it after the session?
Yeah, absolutely,
Do-
absolutely. So what was the
Perfect.
last line? I'm sorry.
Something about good news.
Oh, I've got good news. Sorry, I went into an accent there. Oh, I've got good news.
British.
The
What
Disney
good news is
trip
that?
is almost fully booked. In a few months, we'll be going on vacation.
That's awesome.
Holy shit, Eli's going to Disney. Holy fuck. Yeah!
Yes.
Finally, I think things are looking up for us.
I mean, they've always kind of been looking up for us since everything happened. You know, I don't really see why. I don't see how that's yeah.
I'm sorry, this few weeks have just been some of the best few weeks of my life. Seeing you finally grow and be active in the community just warms my heart.
Mm-hmm.
And as you're doing that, Jamie walks downstairs.
Ooh.
What is it with all the noise? She's kind of groggily wiping her eyes.
Oh, Jamie, good morning. Mom's got some good news.
Oh, I do. The Disney trip is almost booked. In a few months, we'll be at Disney. We'll be in Florida. Jamie kind of looks excited for a second. Really? And then that goes back to that's cool. Thanks, Mom.
Wow, I like how it's just like,
That was like
yo,
that was. I feel a little underwhelmed by that.
it's like, wow, thanks, cool. I'm still coping.
Something's wrong.
No, you don't understand, man. Jamie's an 11-year-old girl. She has to think this shit is lame, or else people will ostracize her.
Damn. Freaking
Disney's not lame.
social norms
fuck
among
says that?
11-year-olds. Damn, this
Yeah,
is
dude.
this is
What?
brutal.
That's crazy.
She turns to you, Eli. Hey, so are you doing anything fun today?
I'm gonna be heading out to friend's place to do some like gym training and stuff like that.
Is this the sword training?
Yeah.
You said you'd take me next time. She's excited.
Right. I don't see any reason not to take you, so long as Mom's okay.
Oh, you two go and have fun. Just make sure Jamie doesn't get hurt.
Yeah,
I know
absolutely.
that sword stuff can be a bit intense.
Right.
As long as you're safe, though. As long as you're safe. I don't
Yeah.
have a problem.
That just means like no full contact dueling or anything like that. We can probably do some like basic forms and stuff like that, and just make sure that you know what you're doing when you're handling a big sword object thing.
You say that as if you knew what you were doing when you first held the sword.
No one knows what they're doing when they're first holding a sword. Like that's normal.
So I want to explain this to Hayden since he's new. So remember when you were on the track and you were racing August as Sigmund and you rolled so badly that you fell on your face?
Yeah, what
Dude, that was Eli the first time he picked up a sword.
Fair enough. Yeah.
True.
Before we cut over to Gwen, I do have to use the restroom. I will be right back.
No worries.
Yeah, no, these are all of the friends that I have. You can't really do a whole lot of messages to Steam and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. And they're saying that his account is
Yeah.
like hacked and shit and everything. So yeah, this is probably a scam. This is kind of sad. This is such an obvious scam.
I feel like this account itself is compromised. Scam people.
Yeah.
Because the account. So Arc Meepo is that person.
Hey, I'm back.
Send awareness about this guy.
What?
Hold on, I'm fucking with this person.
You should also send
Awesome.
awareness because it does say that his account is like hacked or something.
Can we cut over to Gwen while you're doing that?
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry about that.
Yeah, it's no problem. I just want to make sure we get everything we need in time for,
I'm ready.
Awesome.
When you are.
So cut over to Gwen's house. Alarm wakes you up as normal. What'd you dream about?
You know what? Her sleep was peaceful. She didn't really dream about anything. She didn't have a need to because sorry, brain fart. But the evening of couples night, she felt like everything's fine now. So
Awesome.
she had the need to dream about anything. Or
Because that's how
really,
dreams work.
really dream about anything.
That's a
I
first.
feel like dreaming
That's
tonight.
the first time that somebody
I don't
said,
feel
"Oh
like
yeah."
dreaming tonight.
That's the first time that somebody's
That's not-
ever gone into a campaign and said, "Oh yeah, what do you dream about?" And it hasn't been something absolutely horrifying. That's a first for Irony's Claw.
Came out wrong.
Irony's Claw started off at an uneasy place and just has been downward spiraling. So a moment of levity I will take. I have been trying to inject some fun into this campaign, and you guys, you keep making it angsty. And I love you for it, but we gotta have fun.
It's not everybody, it's just Luke and Faith.
Oh my god.
I'm trying to see if I can end a few of the NPCs. Nah, but for real though, I love you guys. Best players
Good to know.
ever.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're at your place. You're in your room. You're actually instead of waking. It's actually I'm gonna retcon it if I've said this earlier. Instead of waking up to your alarm, you wake up to fangs softly pawing at your face.
Oh, that's so cute. That's the best fucking way to wake up. I'm sorry. That's like
You hear like
purring, like purr, and I'm like, oh.
oh yeah.
Like, she wakes up and she's immediately happy, and she pets Fang. Good morning. How did you sleep?
He purrs.
Little baby
Fang
man.
is our favorite character. Every beginning of the session when it's Gwen's turn, Fang's there.
Yeah, we just like the cat doing cat things. It's nice and simple to understand.
I'm gonna send the meme again. This is my players. My players can turn a love confession into an angsty, angst and sorrow. But this is also them.
Oh yeah, my favorite character, the cat. Yeah, look at him. Look at that. How is that not your favorite character?
It's a cat. I didn't say I didn't like it, but it's a cat. What character development can I reasonably put onto a plain old regular everyday cat?
You don't need to. It's already perfect.
You don't need to.
How do you improve perfection?
Exactly, you
How
don't.
can
We could just have an entire campaign of Fang and we'd be satisfied.
You know what? Sequel campaign,
That we're
Fang
having
and his
right
kid
now?
friends doing Fang things.
I'm
The
down.
conversation
Fuck
happening
yeah.
Right now is
Yeah,
what is going through Gwen's head right now.
You head downstairs. What'd you say?
This cat is perfection.
Fang is just happy. He's purring. He meows a little bit. He even does like
Loves
a little.
tomatoes.
Kitty loves tomatoes. Cat loves food. Yeah. Anyway, you make it downstairs, and your grandmother's doing her, standard exercises. She actually wraps up as you come down. Oh, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. How are you this morning?
I'm doing great, actually. And how about you?
She extends out her hand. Yep, you are in fact doing great. And if you're doing great, I'm doing great.
Great.
I love her attitude.
So, actually, there is something I wanted to, talk to you about.
Yeah, of course. What's going on?
Are you okay?
Yeah, of course I'm okay. Are you
Physically,
okay?
not mentally.
Oh, yeah, I'm okay physically. Why?
Because, I looked at a news story, and you didn't mention that a disco ball fell out of the sky last night?
It keeps
Oh.
happening.
Right, that happened. Yeah,
How do you forget something like that? I mean, I get it. Teenage emotions. But it's not every day that a disco ball just drops from the air.
I'm sorry I didn't tell you. There was a lot going through my mind, and when I got home, I wanted to go to bed. I was gonna tell you in the morning, but I guess the news beat me to it.
That is strange. You know, if I were you, I would have tried to get on TV and see if you could have given an interview. It's not often that you get to be on the news unless you're like some celebrity. And if you are some celebrity, you don't want to be on the news.
And you'll be the Omni janitor. We're all legends, after all.
Grandma, I'm not interested in becoming famous.
For your sake, I hope you don't. You know how taxing it is?
I would probably emotionally die from becoming an actor of some sort or a singer.
Honestly, that's glad to hear. I hear so many people telling me about how their little girls want to become like that Rain girl on TV. But you know,
Oh,
Rain
no.
is probably going through a lot of mental anxiety, having to keep up that facade.
The facade of not being the BBEG.
I wonder how she does it. I mean, it's probably the persona, right? You look
It's
at Rain.
Gosh, obviously.
I wouldn't go that far just because you don't like her music, Gwen.
I'm
You know,
just kidding.
I listened to one of her albums recently. I was at the store and they were playing it, and
Oh, no.
I listened to it. It's not my thing. But hey, there is the music you listen to.
Grandma, I will never listen to Rain.
Oh, my God. This is getting worse and worse by the minute.
Okay. Okay.
One hates Rain. She hates that kind of music. She
Man.
hates it to her core.
She's the type of person who listens to Radiohead. And not because it's actually good music, but because it's
In
sad.
any other storyline,
To be fair,
Eli and Gwen would be the biggest Rain haters in this lore. But there's two people that surpass you.
one of them better be Sigmund.
No. Well,
Wait.
maybe three people that surpass you.
Okay. Fair enough.
There's this studio in California who fought them off for quite a long time, and they made no plans about going to Reno. That's what you heard Evie say the last time. But
Why
yeah,
is Evie a Valley girl now?
she's not. I just thought I'd do it. I just thought I'd say it in a mocking voice.
Okay. But anyway, yeah. Moving on from that, God, it's just becoming even worse and worse. It's just like, yeah, fucking Rain is getting ready to just mind control Gwen's mother.
Personally, I'm glad you're not into Rain, because she's opening up a club, and if you were, I'd have to have the conversation about how I don't want you going.
A club? What?
Yeah. Now, you hear these rumors flying around. It's supposed to be on the down low, but everybody keeps talking about it.
Then that means it wasn't meant to be on the download.
Maybe. It's only been a matter of weeks and she's already taking over Reno.
Yeah. That's
some indie artist from California coming in to take over Reno. Maybe they're onto something with this mind control.
I don't know, Grandma. This kind of sounds fishy to me.
Well, if you do some more research into it, we could talk about it.
Oh, Grandma, I wouldn't mind creating an entire investigation for it.
Tell me what you find. I'm really interested in how the social trends of Reno come to pass. Like, there's a new one, apparently. Have you ever heard of this Omni janitor? Oh, I mean, you were there. You had to have seen him.
Oh, the Omni janitor.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know him.
You know him. You've met this person?
Yeah.
You were there. Of course you know him. You probably you probably signed something.
I think his name. What was his name? It was kind of a foreign name.
Oh, you learned?
Roll for it, maybe?
Wait, does Gwen know us? She knows him, right?
Asahite.
Like, she knows his name and stuff, right?
Has Eli ever said it, or has Asahite talked formally to Gwen? I remember she was kind of in the back, or he was kind of in the background at the whole sword fighting thing. He didn't really speak much to Gwen herself, but maybe Eli's talked about it.
I'm gonna roll. That's a 15.
Yeah, Eli's mentioned it.
I think his name is Asahite.
No, you have! You absolutely do know his name, because it was on all of the notes that you fucking tore apart.
What?
It was on all of the notes that that hung by whenever Eli was being bought pizza, wings, or dates. So you have passing knowledge of Asahite.
Oh, that's right.
This is the benefit of watching the previous session multiple times.
Wait, man.
I need to.
The
re-listen
people
to
who
that
are
last
fucking with me just got a table full of food. That was a great line delivery. That whole section was just my favorite. I'm the birthday boy. This is my pizza.
That's the best.
I just really like how
What?
Luke voice acts Eli. I know
Such a
you're planning
great
on doing like a
performance.
Fool's Gold adaptation. You better cast Luke as Eli. That's a
Of
missed
course!
opportunity.
And obviously Faith is Gwen. Duh.
Yeah.
Oh great, no.
Obviously.
Disco balls are falling out of the sky. Oh god, not again.
Speaking of,
Disco ball again. Not you grabbing a
Speaking-
gun, Luke.
Huh?
speaking of,
Go ahead.
your grandmother does say another thing to you. You know, there is one thing I do like about this Omni janitor. It is something that he said. He said that we're all legends. And you know, I believe that. At the end of the day, all of our stories are legendary. Why should it matter if you're a legend of Reno or not? We're all the same. We all have legendary stories.
I'm going to lose my
Hmm.
mind. Why is it is already
all
everywhere.
Our own-
God, word of mouth travels
But
so
it-
fast in this town.
It is the biggest little city in the world, but it's still a little city. Maybe that's how rain hit so hard. You don't know.
I
Oh,
do I
because
not
word of
know?
mouth
You know,
apparently works.
we've been following Rain for quite some time over here at the Narramancer HQ, so maybe I do know.
Evie has, you have a little bit, and Asahite has. If you want to do more research into rain, let me know and I'll give you what I can. But that's going to be a process.
And then I was the one who gave Eli the rundown of Rain, despite you know
did,
not being as involved.
But let's be real. Everyone at the Narramancer Council knows. everyone at the Narramancer Council. Like, that's basic information regarding this specific person.
Yeah,
But, like,
fair
the
enough.
deeper stuff, like, oh, she's building a club in Reno. Oh, who she is, who's after her, who fights them. Like, that kind of stuff is a little more obscure.
Fair enough.
You haven't seen the streams, man. You have not seen the streams.
I'm sorry, what the hell happens in these streams? What?
These are streams. Rain's old before she was famous VTuber streams that she is trying her damnedest to scrape from the internet. Remember when I said that one of your journeys and one of your discoveries, Luke, that you found a picture of a blonde boy that you did not recognize?
Mhm.
Yeah, that was you don't know this, but that was from one of the streams that she's trying to erase.
Gotcha.
What?
Yeah.
Oh my god,
Like
don't tell.
pre-famous Rain era. God.
Pre-famous Rain era is gonna be like, oh my god, cancel culture, no!
You know, I'm not gonna say anything. I'll just save it. There's something great coming with that, and you know what? I'm not gonna say it. You guys can infer all you want to, but we'll get there. We'll get there.
My inference is that Rain's the BBG. Probably gaining Narramancer powers. It's just a theory, though.
Roll awareness.
Oh god. Oh fuck. Oh no. That is a 19.
You don't know much about the code, but you know that their equivalent to Narramancers is referred to as code breakers.
Okay.
Otherwise, in our world, known as Malmancers.
Malamancer. Ooh.
Malmancers.
Like malware. Yeah.
Like malware.
Interesting.
That is interesting.
So you don't know if Rain is a codebreaker. You don't know if she's just really solid. You don't know what her intentions are. But you know about codebreakers.
Heard.
This is going to be for the Narramancer campaign that we'll probably eventually do or something. I don't know.
Maybe.
Or maybe. Or maybe it'll be referenced in Reality 1. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Anyway.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Gwen, you get a text.
Okay.
You get a text from Yuzu. Hey, Eli, did you confirm that you were going to the sword training today?
Yeah, I said, he said something like, I'm rather free today, so I'll be heading over to the dojo in the afternoon.
You mentioned anything about your sister?
No.
Okay. You get a text, Gwen, that says, "Hey, Eli's coming to the dojo today. Would you like to come? Maybe we can hang out." She also sends, "Hey, we don't have to do any sword fighting. It'd just be nice to have you here."
Gwen is gonna text back and she's gonna say, yeah, I'd definitely be down to go. I also wouldn't mind any sword fighting. Sword fighting sounds kind of cool to learn, and that's something I don't know. So
I thought she went last time.
yeah, but she used her fists.
Oh, that's right.
Man, that was awesome.
Yeah.
She sends you one of these.
Yay! Love that. I sent a black heart.
Because gothic.
She's goth.
Yep.
Oh, it's good.
So, normally I would cut to the Narramancer Council, but instead we are going to cut straight to the dojo. And right now, it's you, And right now it's us, you, Sigmund, and Miles are there watching him. Asahite said he would be late. He is taking care of something.
All right.
In universe. So, yeah. So, you get there. You two get to the dojo, and you're met with those two who are already standing at the gate or standing at the door of the dojo.
Wait, who? I'm sorry.
Sigmund and Miles.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh.
so we both arrive at the same time?
Well, Eli, you arrive first.
Oh, great. I can't even go out and enjoy things without having been followed.
Well, we didn't follow you. If we followed you, we would not be here before you.
So you were waiting for me?
Miles just kind of gets a little embarrassed. Well, when you put it like that.
Well, I wasn't
Yeah,
necessarily
when I put
waiting
it like
for
that.
you.
Look, I understand
Wasn't
that
that
I'm
long.
kind of a walking time bomb for you guys, but I would still, at the very least, like to occasionally just, I don't know, go places without always being noted, like obviously followed. You guys know how to like be discreet about this kind of thing, right?
You know, for you, I think we could manage that.
Thank you. I don't know if I want to have to make up more excuses for why I'm being followed by the same three guys. You know what I'm saying?
Fair enough.
That actually makes a lot of sense.
I don't mean to make a problem of it or anything. It's just kind of tiring.
No, that actually makes a little bit of sense, but if I'm going to be real, I could get out of your hair. I just need to know. I need to ask. I have a weird request for you, Eli.
Yeah, shoot.
I'd like to see more of your powers.
That's not an odd request at all. I was actually going to ask if I could use them more often.
Maybe not more often just yet, but
Right.
if you wouldn't mind, we could go to a discreet area where no one's looking, maybe behind this building, and you could try to make something appear, or try to delete something, or...
Right. When you word it like that, I get a little concerned, but I get what you're meaning, Miles.
Yeah. Sigmund will also watch. I need him to take notes as well.
Yeah, I
But I
mean,
will.
so long as it won't take long, I'll do it.
Awesome.
It shouldn't take long.
They take you behind the building. No one is watching. No one is there. You're completely free from sight except for the two Narramancers.
Okay. Where do we begin?
Is there anything you want? Like, I don't
I
know,
don't
like a
know.
new video game or
You guys
what
are
is
the
it
ones
that...
who wanted me to be back here, so I figured it would be up to you and to see what I could do.
Well,
Well, one thing that I'm noticing right now, I don't have a pen and paper, so I don't know how I'm supposed to
doesn't...
take notes.
Done. You have a
What?
pen and paper in your pocket.
You are a Narramancer. You could just make a pen and paper.
Oh, okay. That works too.
Well, this was the test. This was supposed to be the test.
Oh. That was supposed to be the... Okay. Oh, yeah, no, totally. We don't have a pen and paper.
So, I'm starting to understand irony a little better. It would be ironic for him to say he doesn't have... for there to be a set in his pocket. So, playing on that irony in the narrative, feasibly speaking, saying and proclaiming that, well, willing it into existence should prove that there would be a pen and paper in his pocket.
Maybe. Did you will a pen and paper into his pocket?
He should check for himself.
Sigmund checks in his jacket pocket, because I'd presume that'd be large enough to fit.
That would
pen
be
and
large
paper.
enough to fit.
Yeah.
Question. How badly did you want that pen and paper to be there?
Are you asking me or Luke?
No, he's
Luke.
asking me. I mean, not very badly. I mean, not life changing or anything. So he's just kind of like, I
A
mean,
mild change, just a casual
yeah, just a
whim.
casual like.
What spawns is a pad of sticky notes and a paper mate.
Hold on, what the fuck is a paper mate?
Papermate's like a really cheap pen.
The cheap
Yeah, it's
kind.
like the cheapo pen. Like a Papermate is a pen.
Like
you'll-
8 for
you get it
$1
like
kind
a-
of deal.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, okay.
it's like a
In
pen
that
you'd get, like,
case,
at DMV.
Sigmund's like, well, this is certainly something, and uses his Narramancer abilities to change the paper mate into a pilot G2.
You can also
7.
probably, I would also probably change it in the narrative to where you've all had those items in your pocket. Just saying.
No, it's fine.
You know,
But-
maybe you did remember a pen and paper.
there's-
Miles casually remarks.
I've been thinking a
You're
lot.
really
This
going
is
to do this
why-
to me right now, aren't you?
This is what we have to do. This is the precautions that we have to take.
You can't have a hole in your narrative.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Even the smallest holes can lead to big ones, but is there anything else you want? Like a new video game, a new like
Well,
something that is a little more out there and less
something crazier.
something a little. How about another disco ball?
You're really gonna ask me to make another disco?
You seem to want to do it before.
That was because. Don't you just he kind of he gets a little flustered. Like that's not okay.
Well,
How about this?
what a. Mhm.
See that trash? That bag of trash right there.
Yeah.
I want that trash inside of the can that's next to it. Let's say I want that, right?
Yes.
So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to think about it. And I'm going to want it. I'm going to really want it. I'm going to say, that bag of trash is in the trash can.
You close your eyes. And as if by magic, anyone else who would have been there would have always thought that the bag of trash is in the trash can. But the Narramancers are keen to this kind of thing. They recognize that some retconning was involved. The bag is now in the trash can. However,
Do they also recognize what Eli is saying?
yes.
Like, does that fit in the... Okay.
So they're not sure about what this does, what this is, how this works. So Miles looks to Sigmund and goes, so why don't you take him inside, or why don't you go inside, and I'm going to study this trash can.
It looks to be a regular trash can, but all right.
Yeah, but something affected by the powers of irony could. I want to see how this affects the narrative. Running a little thought experiment. Just we'll never know unless we actually look at these things. And
As the
before I
only person
retcon,
here- as the only person here who knows that trash bag was not in the trash can, I will just say that there was a little bit of irony involved.
of course. So I'm gonna just stay in here. If it starts to cause a problem, I'll retcon it. We are skilled Narramancers after all. And I will meet up with you guys later.
Sounds good.
Sigmund, can I have that pen and pad?
Oh, surely.
I also want. So you've changed the pen to like a better
a pilot
pen.
G2, yeah. The best
Send a
damn
pic of
pen
that.
in existence.
Damn, dude, casually just brings out the best pen in existence to write on a sticky note.
It's a Pilot G2. Those are the best pens known to mankind. Let's be real here. It's not even just a specific Pilot G2. It's just any of them.
Did you send a Pilot G2?
I'm looking it up right now. Oh, those pens?
Send it.
Like for their price, I reckon good for their. They're like
one of
these.
these.
Like, you can get like a 12-pack.
Oh man, those are great. Yeah,
you can get like a 2-pack for like $8.
When you said the best pen in existence, I thought like wood engraving, like
those
gold rim.
Those are like
kind of
artisan,
ballpoint.
You know, those are like artisan. Those are like like art pieces rather than functional pens. You know.
Yeah. Okay. The best pen for its function. You manage to click a pen and it have always been the artisan, the Pilot G2. Anyway, so he takes the notepad, he starts jotting things down on it, and you two just head back to the front of the building, I assume.
Yeah, I want to head inside and get to work on training and stuff. So
when you do, you see Gwen.
Oh, hey Gwen.
Oh, hi,
Just
Eli.
gonna just quickly post the pic crew of him in some winter clothing.
Cute.
I'm surprised to see you here.
When sees Eli in a turtleneck, she's like, "Oh my God, he's so cute!"
Just like a turtleneck.
So like, she doesn't even say anything because she's too like in her brain like fawning over him. Like right now, she's thinking of like
her head. Her head is empty. All that is in it is Eli in a freaking turtleneck.
She's just staring at him, like not saying a word. She doesn't even notice that she's doing it.
I'm surprised to see you here.
You hear that in like the most deep, seductive voice. The voice that Gwen would like.
Oh, okay. Let me say that then. Hey, Gwen. It's nice to see you here.
Yes.
God.
Well, you're talking about how much she's simping over him right now. Don't start.
Okay, but like
turtlenecks are good looking though. Like anyone in a turtleneck always looks good. I'm sorry.
I'm a V-neck kind of guy, but
oh my god. Okay,
V-necks are also good looking.
I'm just now realizing that this is literally just the Rano vision from Bararon's eye.
Oh no. Anyway,
I think the fucking sparkles in the background.
I think having experience with the two, Ron and Eli are the same. Like I imagine the same inspiration would go into forming a character like Ron as it would with Eli, except that at some point in their respective stories, they veer off in wildly different directions.
Absolutely.
Like same foundation, different outcome.
Yeah, like the main difference that I recognize is that Ron Maple is a very big fan of trains, while Eli is a very big fan of
super
park rangers. That's it. That's maybe
Eli
the one thing.
See. Eli can actually see without.
Yeah, that's right. He good vision too. Yeah, that's another one.
Yeah. So he enters the dojo and is like, "Oh, Gwen, it's nice to see you here. I wasn't expecting you to be here."
And I 100% know that if whoever it is, Bryn or whoever, confessed to Ron, it wouldn't be a matter of, oh my god, I actually have to think of the implications of this. It would be,
oh my god, you love me! Like
pretty much.
Oh my god.
Sorry. That was loud.
Yes.
Yeah, talking about like Rabbit Saviors Ron, that's definitely the case. But Bararon Tyron's gonna go in a whole different direction as well, and it's gonna be absolutely terrifying.
Good.
Then we have Saviors of the Stars, Alana Maple, Frank.
Wow, that's
who is a completely different Different breed entirely.
Did you just turn Ron into a femboy?
No, I turned Ron into. You ever seen one of those like really shy? But okay, like you ever play Persona 5? You know who Futaba is? Kind of like that. There is a character who's kind of based off Ron's design in Saviors of the Stars, who's basically this universe's Futaba, and runs one of the largest charities.
What he actually
Runs the thing that's sole funding the war effort in that lore.
Whoa.
Damn, capitalism, baby.
Yeah. Anyway, so we're in the dojo now.
Yeah, you're in the dojo. By the way, Sere sees you in a turtleneck. She's about to greet you, and she's just like, "Hey." Oh.
Oh, hi, Sere.
She looks at you. She looks
What's-
down.
What's wrong?
Dude.
Oh. I thought we were over this. Like, it's like, oh, what did I do? What did I do?
What's going on?
It's a long story, Sigmund. Don't worry.
Sere's not into you. She's into cute things.
Oh.
I thought we were over this.
Yeah, I thought we were over this.
You know what? She
Just-
sees Jamie walking behind you.
Oh.
Oh,
Jamie, who was kind of following behind you when the Narramancers were taking over. You know, the Narramancers were seeing your powers. Kind of quietly following behind you, lost track, but waited at the front of the dojo. She walks in behind you just kind of quietly,
Mm-hmm.
and Sere sees her and immediately shoots you one of these, or shoots both of you one of these.
Uh-oh.
Give me
Oh,
just
no.
a second.
Uh-oh.
Give me just
Oh no.
a second.
Should
You
Sigmund
wanna
introduce
be-
her to cute animal YouTube?
She probably already knows about cute animal YouTube.
Glorious.
She shoots you one of these.
I just realized I didn't have push to talk on when I did that little cute. The guest was like, you know?
Whoa.
She just looks at you like she tries to see if there's any resemblance to you and Jamie. She notices very quickly that like you two would be of the same family. You just have different hair.
Huh?
Wait, so basically, if I were to voice act this, it was supposed to be just like, at least by face logic, with just the saying that.
with the echo, like the
Yeah, good shit. Good shit.
Yeah, pretty much.
Ah.
She just looks at Jamie and goes, so, are you two related?
Huh?
You and
Are
this
d-
black-haired, silver-haired girl behind you.
Wait, Gwen? Like Gwen or Eli?
Eli and Jamie.
Huh?
Jamie's been quiet the whole time, but she's kind of just been keeping to herself.
Yes, sorry. This is my sister.
You
She
turn to her
wanted-
and she's got this big pouty face.
Huh? No, well, I mean, look. So Jamie, this is Jamie. She's my sister. She wanted to come swing by the dojo today because she wanted to see what I was up to while over here, and also I wanted to show her some stuff. And yeah, dude, I'm not gonna lie. I almost forgot I brought Jamie, so my brain is like a little scrambled. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. True.
just reminds me of that fucking gif that Frosty has with Mario dancing in the toilet.
Oh my god.
So, that one.
Yeah!
Yeah!
I found one with higher resolution, but also lower resolution. Why? Why is that? Why?
Cotton 4K.
Caught down bad in 144p.
So, Jamie just looks at Sere and says, "Hey, you better," and then she's immediately engulfed by a hug.
Oh.
What? Eli, what's going on?
She's Jamie, I'm sorry, I should have mentioned this. Sere, she's my training partner. She's really
Hi.
likes cute things. I think she thinks you're cute.
Eli, Jamie's face just like, I don't, and then she just buries it in her jacket.
Aw.
Do you think she knew that
I'm
was a
pretty sure
compliment?
that from just like I'm pretty sure Sere watching Jamie do that, she just like nosebleed.
Nosebleed.
Oh yeah,
Sigmund's
no,
just like
absolutely. She's like, excuse me for a second. She covers her nose, which is glowing red,
Oh my god.
and then she just runs off.
is she all right?
Sorry about that. She gets kind of weird when we're off the ring. She goes like completely like focused, really kind of almost scary once we're actually like dueling stuff. Oh, Sigmund, I don't think I ever introduced you to any of these people.
You have to explain Sere.
I
So
introduced me to Jamie.
right. So that's
Wait, they have?
Yeah, the
By the way,
The
during
carnival,
all
yeah.
this, Gwen is just staring at Eli.
Oh yeah. Gwen is just staring at Eli.
Like it doesn't even look like she's checking him out at this point. It's just like deadpanning, but in her mind, she's like, "Wow."
is it like this?
Is she
No.
staring at him and seeing Sere, who's still fawning over cute things, take notice of Eli and getting jealous, or is she staring with like a simp stare?
Simp stare.
Well, you're completely blindsided to you feel like a face rub against your cheek.
Wait, what?
Huh? Huh? What?
You guys?
What? Oh,
Hi!
Evan!
Yuzu!
Hey,
Sorry.
Devin.
Hey guys.
To
sorry if I was-
explain what
Oh.
you're good. We're taking care of their section now. But you're good. Do you need me to catch up? Do you want Asahite to pop in right now, or do you
Well,
want?
watch. I'm just
Wait,
being the silent.
wait! No! There is a perfect opportunity for Asahite to pop in, and we will
Okay.
get there.
Alrighty. I'm interested in what you're hearing.
By the way, you notice. Roll awareness, both of you.
Both me and
Gwen and Sigmund.
Oh, great.
15.
I got a
13.
nat 20.
Yo!
You all notice it. Gwen, you're the first to point it out. Is that you see on some of the people's
It's
shirts?
7. It was
No.
17 for me on awareness.
You're good. You don't have to. You're not here right now. But you
Oh
see
my
this on
God,
a bunch
it's
of people's shirts. You see it on a bunch of people's shirts. We're all legends.
We're all legends!
Oh my god!
Yeah!
And it's a picture of Asahite, or like a silhouette of Asahite striking a Hamilton pose with a fucking mop.
Oh my
Oh my god.
Yeah!
Sigmund
I know
just
exactly
looks at this
the
and
pose
says,
that you're talking about.
My god.
wasn't the entire point of this that we were supposed to be somewhat discreet about it?
I don't care. I'm gonna buy one of those shirts just to mess with him. It's my revenge for having hitting me over the head with his scabbard.
Fair enough. You do you.
That's amazing.
I mean, I would imagine he gets royalties on it anyways, but
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm sure, but that
I'm
doesn't.
flattered.
Yeah, it's,
Hey, yeah,
I'm rich now.
as if he couldn't
Yep.
just make money beforehand.
Hey, Trust me, the funding is mostly for. Trust me, this is a trust fund for you as well. So think nothing of it.
Fucking yeah.
He's the father. Hey, he's the fatherly type who's been able to happily to provide for him and his family. So
Look, the economy
Absolutely.
simply doesn't exist anymore in Reno. It's just a joke.
Dude, there are people throwing away large sums of money to try and meet a fucking Mr. Z. It never existed. I'm gonna be real.
There's people who
I played
actually
it off.
pay for anything involving rain. It never existed. There's no economy.
I'm gonna be real. There was this bit at the beginning where I'm like, Eli, you have $100 from your father. Only so that I could introduce later on that these guys just don't give a fuck.
I still
Gwen.
am keeping track of how much money he has.
Gwen, Eli, and later Joseph will need to keep track of their money. Asahite and Sigmund? Nah, man, they're good.
Nah, man, we just
Well, I
we're
can
just- we're
always
like-
irony money into my pocket,
you could.
but you know,
Good.
think of him as a surrogate. Yeah, he's like the surrogate father type. So
yeah.
Hell yeah.
Me and
Anyway.
the boys casually destroying the economy of a small town in Nevada.
Yeah. It's not
Well,
the small
and
town,
actually-
it's the biggest
actually-
little
Like I
city.
casually destroyed yours with toothpicks.
yeah,
I mean, you didn't
but-
destroy the economy. You just have a lot of toothpicks now.
True. Anyway.
Just so you know,
hear-
I'm not going to be using the gacha system outside of Lich, so enjoy it while you still can.
I will take advantage of every fucking chance I get to with that. That is, I don't get to use it because I don't have use for gold. Like, I'll explain that later. I think I already have, but my class and race setup makes like money useless. Anyway, Gwen, you feel a familiar cheek rub on your face, and it catches your unawares.
Huh? Oh.
Hi.
Oh, hi,
Oh.
Yuzu.
It's Yuzu.
Oh.
Yuzu.
Yay.
My second favorite.
Oh, how does Eli react to this?
How does Eli react to this?
To what? To Yuzu?
Yuzu.
How would appropriate coming in like that?
I mean, I don't know why you're asking that question. They're friends, so I'm like.
Of course. No, I was just cueing
He
Devin
looks
in.
over and he's like,
Yeah.
"Why is Gwen staring at me? And why is Yuzu rubbing her face on Gwen?" like those are
He's
like
like,
all internal
it's-
questions he's asking himself.
This is normal behavior
Yeah.
for Yuzu.
Eli, why do you think one is staring at you?
He's dense. Of course, he doesn't know.
So Yuzu looks at Gwen, who's staring at Eli. Looks to Eli. Looks to where he's wearing this spiffy turtleneck. Notices that it kind of suits him very well.
And I look,
Whispers in Gwen's ear.
and she
You
looks
know.
at me, and I look at him. Sorry.
And whispers in Gwen's ear, you know, he actually does look quite nice in a turtleneck.
Is that what this is about?
That's what this is about.
Gwen,
No, this is in character.
Yuzu cues on immediately.
It's literally just a turtleneck.
I am 14.
So are they.
True.
Yeah. Except for Gwen. Gwen's 15.
Ooh, older.
How old is Eli? Did
Older
I
Well,
goth
it turns out that
GF.
Eli is into older women.
No, older women are into her. Fuck, that sounded wrong.
Anyway, to get away from this line of dialogue, yeah, so Eli's just gonna be like, okay, well, looks like introductions are all done. I'm gonna go ahead and head to the training area and get myself all sorted out.
You go ahead and do that.
You hear immediately crashing out of, or just kind of like the door slams open, and you hear the grace of casual footsteps walking towards you.
Oh my
Sere
god.
has come out of the bathroom, and she's got like a paper towel in her nose.
Oh,
I
I
think
see
I'm
that you're
ready
all
to
figured
train.
out.
think I'm ready to train.
Okay, just let me know if you're too lightheaded.
I still have no idea what is going on.
We're gonna fight each other with swords.
Oh, wonderful. Just don't die.
Yeah, I mean, they're polyester swords, so they're
Hey,
not gonna
but
kill it.
please don't die.
Okay, anyway.
Okay.
Sigmund,
So,
don't worry, it's just Gen Z things, don't worry about it.
You know,
So-
Gen Z things and sword fighting should never go together.
They should always go
So-
together.
It's a very bad idea.
No, I'm talking about a different kind of sword fighting.
Oh god, dude, come
Oh
on.
my
stop,
God.
stop,
We
stop.
are done with this dialogue tree. We're going to go train.
I hinted
Alright.
at it. You just went full on fucking barreling into there. No, we are off this train and off of it for good.
I simply do not have subtlety.
Hayden makes the trains run on time.
Oh god, no. You know what?
This is
Fine,
why
I'll
I
take
gave
it.
the-
Now I ruined it. Okay.
No, it's fine. I'll take
I'm
it.
gonna-
I'll be Mussolini. I'll try to escape to Switzerland and be executed by my own people. Sure, I'll take that.
You know what? You know
I
what?
got it.
I'm just gonna say it. This is the reason why I gave that disclaimer at the beginning of session one.
Oh.
Hey, I roll a 20 when it comes to subtlety and caution, my friends.
Oh my
You're
God.
getting outsettled by Asahite. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Oh no.
I'm kidding. We love you.
I mean, those
Sigmund.
lines were out of character, but
Yeah.
True.
We're just fucking with you, Hayden. We love you.
all right.
Anyway, you know we do. Hayden, we know you. You know we do. We
Yeah,
we
I know
joke around.
that. We homies.
We homies.
Yeah, we
Hey,
Discord
we only
husbands.
rib the one. Hey, we only rib the ones we like. So.
I prefer the term bros,
Fair
but
enough.
you know, yes.
Yeah, yeah, we're
yes,
bros.
we only
we
rib the
bros.
ones.
We all
We
bros.
bros. We bros.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, Discord husband is a little too relationshipy for my liking. I prefer the term bros. Always
enough.
have been. Anyway, back to the situation at hand. Mr. Ushiro comes in. And he's just like, he sees you two. Since Eli has been saying that he's going out there on his off time, Mr. Ushiro is comfortable with you. And he looks to Eli and says, Eli, thank God! I need you to settle a bet for me.
What happened?
Now, I was watching the news, and there were talks of this Omni-Janitor. And Yuzu is trying to mess with my head and say that it's Asahite. A
Oh,
man that cool cannot be a janitor, I keep telling her.
you're saying the janitors can't be cool?
Yeah,
I'm not saying I don't disrespect that line of work, but Asahite is a man of the sword. He is a man with passion in his swing. He cannot be a janitor.
What if I wanted to be a
Sigmund
janitor?
grows a smirk on his face and says, well, how do you
That's
know that the
what-
passion of the swing doesn't also apply to a mop?
His form was impeccable. He
And
starts
so
to
was
cry.
the Omni Janitors.
No, he was talking about the Omni Janitor. He has a slow realization.
Hey, he's making royalties off of the merch from that boys and girls.
Well, let's just hope you didn't bet too much money.
Suddenly, as if by magic,
Oh, no.
Asahite walks through the door.
Yeah!
Oh,
Rolling
I
a
guess-
20 on it.
Yeah, he's here to clear up the old problem here. I'm gonna go ahead and head over here and start training like I was supposed to.
You go do that.
Yeah.
So, is there anything you want to say as you walk through the door, Asahite?
So, is there a problem? I understand.
Asahite, please! You're not the Omni Janitor. You can't be the Omni Janitor. You're too cool for janitor work.
Hey,
Well,
every Every work from the CEO all the way down needs to be respected, my friend. This is just a start. This is just a startup, and I'm working my way all the way up.
I see. So when you said we're all legends, you mean that literally?
Yes.
Asahite, I have much to learn from you. I have much to learn, and I feel humbled. He bows at your feet.
You managed to do this to your own teacher.
No, he's not his teacher. It's just a teacher. Listen.
So okay, let me give you the rundown as to how this happened. This guy has been training in swordsmanship for a while. He's gotten pretty good, but Asahite is the type of guy who's been training for since he was 12.
Like a majority of his life.
A majority of his life with an actual fucking samurai from that era. Asahite is just bound to be better. It's like in Dragon Ball Z, there's this character, Mr. Satan, who is the strongest who's like one of the strongest when it comes to actual human fighters.
Yeah, him.
But it's like,
oh my god.
This guy's kind of like this universe's Mr. Satan.
Hercules?
Yeah, Hercule Satan.
Yeah.
Mr. Satan is like the strongest regular ass human in the world. Like, but he's not like Saiyan or anything, and he's not crazy like Tianxin.
Yeah, he's only got he only has a power level of 8, right? That's
Something
what I remember.
Like that.
Yeah.
But like normal humans have like a power 2, so I mean it's still impressive.
Wait, no, the farmer, when the power levels were first introduced, had a level of 5, so I'd say that's the average.
That farmer was
he stands above, like, to any Joe Schmo on the street. This guy's pretty good, and he's well respected. But to somebody who's been doing this for a long time, he's kind of a clown. But a loved clown.
Yeah. Like a clown who like you see and you're like, oh man, it's that clown. Fucking love that guy.
Fucking love that guy.
Yeah.
All right then.
He's not a blowhard at the very least. He definitely respects Asahite and his skill. In his daughter's words, anyone who can knock my dad on their ass earns our respect.
Wow, a 14-year-old girl saying ass. I don't know how to feel about that as a father.
They're pretty rough and tumble, man.
I see.
But anyway. Where did we leave off? I was explaining Ushiro, right?
Yes. You were.
Awesome. Well, that explanation is done. Gwen and Eli and Sere, you two will essentially be doing your sword training. Meanwhile, we're going to do a little section with Yuzu and Gwen. After a quick bathroom break.
Yeah,
I've been drinking water while I've been narrating, so I have to use the restroom.
Yeah, as soon as Faith is back, I'm sure.
Water is vital.
Water is a vital.
Anyway, freaking yeah. Hello, Frosty.
I don't know who this Asahite guy is, but God, he is my favorite character ever. He's got a swag that I cannot describe about him.
The swag is respectable.
Well,
the drip.
He's a samurai with a Japanese father. He's a samurai with a Japanese father, but was also raised by an Irish mother, so there's a mixed blood.
Oh my. Okay.
I think so he's got the honor of a samurai, but the fucking wit of a rebel.
Yeah. Oh my god. Okay. Yo, I'm thinking about Asahite drip, and now I'm losing my mind. Why was I like, oh yes, Asahite in a supreme jacket with by any means necessary.
You know,
Hey.
can I just say, like, coming on and listening to you guys play without much context of what's happening is the most entertaining thing. Like, you guys are like, you get to talk with your mom. Hey, did you hear about the disco ball that fell from the sky?
Yeah, like no fucking extra context. The best, okay?
It keeps happening.
There's a picture of a janitor in a Hamilton-style pose on shirts. Like, what
Yeah.
is going on, bro?
Oh
It's
yes,
a
the
Hamilton-
unforeseen
I
consequences of my actions.
Hey, I didn't even know what I was going to be doing. All right, I didn't even know what I was about to say. I mean, it was live rounds coming in, so
You did say that. You did say that. But "We're all
Yeah.
legends" is a great quote. So I'm going to use it.
We're all legends.
right.
Smiles.
You even see this as you walk in, just people wearing that thing that you said. Do you really remember saying it?
yep. And I've genuinely meant it.
Yeah.
Good.
Good. That's a good message.
Yeah. Hey, trust me.
I do trust you. That's why I work with you.
He starts
Oh,
out as a scrappy underdog. He's the king,
we don't have
and he's
We'll get
basically
there. We'll get there.
he's basically raised
Ah,
himself up a company to almost 2.8, and he just got the news that his company's stock raised to 2.8 billion. So
Is this the backstory of fucking Bill Gates?
no. This
So
is even, Bill Gates-
Asahite comes from fucking business and wealth, and
he comes from money. Like he must work for like one of the
Buddy,
Zybosses or
Dude's
something.
a bureaucrat.
his backstory, the backstory that was
No. But he is also humble. He does not like flash the money though. He's like
Yeah.
the angel
He's
with the
just like,
heart.
my money comes when I need it to come. As in, like, I will
Yeah.
literally just create $100 bill and tip a dude with it.
So Asahite,
Yeah.
and I'm sure that he remembers at least some of it. You chose to remember your father, right? Or did you choose to forget that part of your life?
Well, he chose to be better than that part of. He chose to be better than that part of him, and just embrace.
So his father was
a deadbeat.
not a deadbeat. He loved you very much. I remember you submitted this to me the way you told me.
Yeah.
He wasn't a deadbeat. He loved you very much, but he was dirty. He did.
Yeah.
He worked with the Yakuza. In fact,
Yeah,
that's kind of how you became a Narramancer. Is the Narramancers noticed your latent powers when you were like 12, and offered to fix all of his problems in exchange to take you on board.
Yeah.
Okay, why is Sigmund the only person that held a healthy father? Or a healthy relationship with his father?
My dad was healthy until he left.
Yeah.
I
God, it
just
just
want to
sounds like
say
you
this
need a
for the
hug.
record. I just want to say this for the record. They all came to parental issues on their own. I didn't put that out there. Everybody
just has fatherless behavior.
Except for you and maybe Yosef. Yeah.
Maybe Yosef. We don't know about Yosef yet. It's a while.
He hasn't given me much about his family life, so we'll get there when we get there.
We'll get there.
Yeah. It'll probably get covered in a later episode or something like that.
Yeah, when the plot hits, like a little bit after the plot hits.
Yeah.
So anyway, Faith, are you back?
Yeah, I'm back.
Awesome. So Yuzu is while Gwen, not you're Gwen, while Eli and Sere are training, Yuzu just kind of sits to the side, watches them, looks back at you a little bit. But you notice, and you can kind of read her expression, that she's kind of out of it.
Oh?
Yeah?
Can I use my empath powers to see if she's feeling any no emotions?
Define no emotions.
Like if she's feeling like sad or something?
You could just tell she is not the happiest camper right now. And judging by the circumstances, there's nothing around you that would kind of lead to some kind of craziness.
Okay.
Happiness
But,
in Irony's claw? No way.
Not
bro.
real.
Not real, bro.
I don't know, man. Asahite looks pretty satisfied.
Okay, that's the one character.
But that's
That-
because
that's
he was
the
born into
one.
money. That's different.
No,
That
no,
is
no.
true.
He was a self-made man. There's a difference. He's a
Oh.
self-made
He is.
man.
He
There's a
kind
difference.
of, he kind of didn't have those bonds after the age of 12.
It's funny.
Yeah,
He actually is a self-made man despite coming from wealth.
Trust me, he disdained his father. He wanted nothing to do with whatever problems he was going on with in that life, and he was embracing more of his mother's Irish side. So,
Mm-hmm.
I got
That's
you.
all he could.
yeah,
Of course. That was also the same.
and then
That
that's
was
the only,
by the way,
only-
that
and
was
only-
that was.
and only Jolene kind of knows that one,
Mhm.
knows that part about him. So trust me.
Yeah.
I mean, and Jolene met him by the time he was 12 and coming into the Narramancers at this point.
Mhm. Yeah,
And trust me,
I was actually going to.
And trust me, once they became adults, and after a few missions, things became and blossomed out here at this point. Where
I was actually going to add that. Yeah, that's the thing that made Jolene
Trust-
kind of fall for you.
yeah, and trust me, they both became ride or die for each other at that point. So
That's
We love it. We love to see it. Anyway, Yuzu's not. She doesn't really show it, but you know, she's not feeling the best right now. She's feeling a little down.
Well, Gwen is immediately like, hey, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. Why do you ask?
You don't seem like yourself.
You could tell, huh?
Yeah, of course I can.
It's
You want to talk
my
about it?
friends.
What happened to your friends?
You remember Kevin and Lisa? The couple that they went to, that you went to the ice skating with, the couple that you went to the fair with.
Yeah, I remember.
Lisa used to be a friend of mine. We used to be very close, and we've been friends since middle school. But more recently than not, he seems like she doesn't have any time for me. And every time I'm with them, Kevin comes along. And I have nothing against them. It's just they're kind of enamored with each other, and not much room for me in there. And I'm worried that we might be growing apart.
I'm sorry that you're going through that. I can't say I've been in your situation before. I can understand where your sadness is. And have you talked to your friend about this? What you're feeling?
I've tried. But
Well, what did... Sorry, continue.
she sighs. I can't find the right words to get through to her. She thinks it's because I don't like Kevin, and you know me, I like everyone. I really like my friends. I just want some time with her. Like the way things used to be before we went to high school.
So you say that you struggle with talking about your feelings, right?
Kind of. Sometimes I feel like my words don't get them across the right way.
Have you tried writing out your feelings?
Have I? And she's just like, I mean, I write them out in messages, but like, I don't. She kind of just she shows you some of the messages between them, and you get this sense that there's like no subtlety involved, and the two have gotten into like arguments about this guy, and some of it stems from just Yuzu's poor text communication, but some of it does also stem from the fact that this Lisa girl is clearly not understanding what Yuzu's trying to put down.
Right. Yuzu, have you ever tried to talk to her in person about this?
I have multiple times, but she's always with him, and I can never get a word in. Maybe you're right, though. Maybe I should like slow down and write it on a piece of paper or something.
Yeah, like, that's what I do. If I need to talk about something, or if I just need to simply write out my emotions, I get a pen and a paper, and I think really hard on it and how it makes me feel. And if I had to tell someone what I'd want that person to know. And I just pour my heart out on a piece of paper. You should try it.
I will. Thank you, Gwen.
Yeah, of course. And Gwen just hugs Yuzu.
Gwen, you're a really good listener.
Well, I try my best. I like helping people, and you're my friend. I want to help you.
She's kind of stunned. You hear two words repeated. She's not saying them, but you hear them. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Gwen, when school comes back around, you and me are hanging out.
Of course, absolutely.
She smiles and gives you a big hug.
Yuzu, you are an amazing. I hope you know that.
She is really happy. You made this girl really happy.
What was that noise?
Yeah.
That was me trying to spree.
that just sounded like freaking. You know those noises that happen at like the start of. I want to say that it's. God, I don't even remember where. But it's like that. It sounds like the start of a fucking typewriter.
I mean, honestly, I wouldn't even think of it as a scree here. I mean, I think it would have been more like a.
So I was trying to get into like the headspace. So I was trying to think of something like, so what gets you Ruins excited? And then I thought Pokemon Legends Arceus. And then I thought about playing Pokemon Legends Arceus. And
There's no way
was
out.
like,
there is no way out. There is no way out. You're stuck in this loop.
ah! And I was like, I really get excited when I play that game. And that's the noise that came out.
We didn't hear that. We just heard frickin' let me just make the sound reference here. Where's the on switch? There we are.
Jesus fucking Christ.
That's what we heard.
That's accurate.
Yeah.
That was
Yuzu
accurate.
opens her mouth.
That was my typewriter.
And the sound of a fucking typewriter comes.
Yeah,
well,
my typewriter is just broken.
You know what? I'm gonna redo that. She kind of makes like a sugar light scree, like
Oh, I see.
something like that.
It got out. The mic didn't even pick it up.
Yeah, we should.
Fucking Christ!
Don't worry, you don't have to do it
I'm
again.
just
It's
gonna-
fine. It's fine.
I'm just gonna say that she makes a noise. She screams.
Okay.
Is happy, and then leave it at that. Because apparently my mic doesn't pick up these noises. It happens all the time when I play Yuzu.
Like that one time where you made Yuzu like scream in excitement from finding out that Gwen likes Eli. The mic
Yeah.
just went quiet. And then you're like, and I'm like,
You know?
Me when I
Me when I pterodactyl scream.
Yuzu kind of like holds your hands up, and then she's just like she's just like really happy. You see the brightest smile on this girl's face.
It makes Gwen happy to know that Yuzu.
She straight up feels that. She feels it within you, man.
This feeling goes hard. Feel free to screenshot.
Feel free to screenshot.
That is
Yuzu's feeling
might-
as an NFT.
That might just be the dumbest joke I have ever made.
I'm so glad I was here to witness it.
So one of the things that she also says to you afterwards, it's like, "Wow, you're such a good listener. You're like that lady who lives in Reno and just talks to people about their problems."
Oh, you mean the
think her name was-
therapist?
I think her name was Sophia something. She's one of the legends of Reno.
What?
Yeah.
Do you know her last name?
Yeah, I think it's something like she like grabs her phone. She just types in Legends of Reno Sophia, and there's a whole wiki article. Was Parks your mom?
Wikipedia.
Was Parks your mom's name or your dad's last name?
Oh, I don't know. I have to check. Oh no. I don't have my sheet.
I think it's
Where
Collins.
is my sheet?
I think it might have been Collins because I've been calling her Parks, like just in my head, but I kind of remember that your mom and dad like had different last names. Oh, okay. Your full name is Guinevere Juliana Parks. So I assume that Parks is the
father's
but your mom's name is Anastasia Sally Collins. So you kept your dad's name?
Yeah, aren't you supposed to keep the dad's name?
Yeah, that's what usually happens.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's what usually
I
happens.
guess. I guess.
So after
So her name would be her. I was just saying maybe because he like cheated on your mom and like
she retook her maiden name. Yeah.
I didn't know if you would take that, but then again, your mom's also not the
Families
best
are different.
person.
Everyone handles their surname a little differently.
Your mom has pressured you to. Your grandmother has pressured you to retake Collins. Because she is not a fan of Roger. Roger's a
cunt. Fuck Roger.
Yeah, she doesn't like Roger. She does
Fuck
not
Roger.
like Roger.
All my homies hate Roger.
You know, in fact, to remove any attachment, she's gone and taken the liberty of changing your name back to Guinevere Juliana Collins.
Okay, Collins it is.
I'm just thinking about what would make best for the story. So, Sophia Collins. Collins is her last name.
I'm sorry. I made a horrible joke in my head.
Hey, don't worry.
And I started.
It couldn't be worse than Hayden's joke. These
I
feelings are raw. Feel free to screenshot.
Yeah.
after binge watching the Twilight series, I cannot look at any that movie series and take it seriously.
What'd you say?
After watching the Twilight series, I cannot take any name from that movie seriously. If I hear it, that's the fucking
Do
movie I
you
think
want to
about.
change it?
No.
If
It's fine.
your
Bella
name is
Swan.
I will make fun of you for the rest of your life. In my head.
I
of
feel
course.
sorry for any random person you meet that just happens to be named Edward Cullen.
Man, I'm going off of the story that you wrote. Do you want to change it now? Like change your grandmother's maiden name?
Yeah,
Or-
no. Gwen is gonna take the name.
It's not Cullen, it's Collins. Like
Colin.
Colin.
Yeah.
Colin. Yeah, I said
Like
Collins.
Phil Collins.
Yeah, like Phil Collins.
Say Collins? I said Collins.
Yeah. So
You.
the
Yeah.
Edward's family are the Cullens with a U instead of an O.
It still sounds the same to me.
Okay. Okay, fine.
Again, if you want to change it so you could take the character more seriously.
No. I just thought it was funny. I'm gonna always
That's
take
fair.
Gwen seriously. Just whenever if someone says her last name, I'm pretty sure we're not gonna use her last name. But if someone says her last name, I will internally laugh.
That's fair. That's fair. Anyway, Yuzu brings up the last name of Collins. That's her name. And she shows you a wiki article with your grandmother's face on it and just an information blurb.
Oh my god, it's my grandma!
What?
Both of your mics peaked
At this point-
horrendously and cut out most of the audio.
Yeah. So
I just said what?
fucking Eli and Sere are just busy training, and then they just hear "What?" coming from the back, and they're like, "What the fuck is
That's my grandma! What?
grandma? What?"
That's my grandma! I ate my grandma!
You know what?
I'm going to
You see
lose
a-
my mind.
You see a few faces turn. you see a few like the dojo, like some of the faces turn at you. Not all of them, but some of them do.
What do you mean, what?
What'd you say, Devin?
Yeah, Asahite's looking at this with great concern. Concern intensifies.
What?
My grandma! How come she didn't tell me about this?
What about grandparents? No. What? Huh?
That's your grandmother? No
Yeah.
wonder you're such a good listener. She's like Supremo, the best listener. She's got like it's people keep saying when they go.
Freaking Legend of Reno?
She's
What?
an empath.
Your grandmother was a freaking Legend of Reno either. So the rumors have it that people say that they talk to her, and the experience feels magical.
Yeah. I need to make a quick call.
Okay.
Damn. Grandma just got exposed by a random 14-year-old.
Yuzu's like still kind of dumbfounded at all of this.
Yeah,
So-
Gwen is too. She's like, what the fuck?
Her best friend is related to a Legend of Reno, and Asahite is in the building. What is
Yeah.
going on?
The Omni
Yeah.
Janitor.
Happening.
Yeah. Yeah, Omni Janitor by night, but also
Wait, Gwen.
Yeah, yes.
Is Mr. Z your uncle?
What?
Is Mr. Z your uncle?
Mr. Z? Who? Mr. Z?
She types Mr. Z on the Legends of Reno wiki article, and instead of like, it's your grandmother's face before, she shows you the picture and it's just a big question mark. Do you want to read the article?
Yes.
Legend has it, while you're walking the casino floors of Reno, Nevada, there are people who will shoot you weird looks. You are being watched whenever you walk into a casino.
Mhm.
You're being watched by a specific group of people. These people are looking to recruit. These people are looking to. These people are looking to find someone worthy to challenge the greatest gambler in all of Reno. The man has kept his identity a secret. He looks for somebody that can give him a challenge. And to anyone that could beat him, he promises wealth, fame, and glory. The thrill of gambling is what keeps him alive, legends say. And people who have met the man know that it's a grueling task to even reach him. You have to go through layers. There's just like interviews from people that said they had to go to different casinos and perform certain things very well. Like they had to reach a level of quality with their gambling, and then they were allowed to move up to the next casino. The higher you ascend on the ladder, the closer you get to meeting Mr. Z.
I have an idea of who inspired this. Let me just pull up the image real quick.
Did I tell you about?
Yeah, it's this
Well,
guy.
okay. I did take some inspiration from that anime, yes, but he's not the inspiration.
Oh,
Would you guys like an out of session?
Lord Dump.
Would you guys like an out of session? Not ruins lore, but D&D kind of lore dump.
Sure.
Perhaps.
So, my first D&D character was a gambler.
Okay.
His last name begins with Z. His last name begins with Z, and it's been kind of a meme that in the world of all of my campaigns, he's lurking around somewhere. He's a gambling minigame. He's in Rainbow Requiem. He was in Magnavara when I started that. And then the idea for Reno hit with Irony's Claw. Reno has a heavy gambling scene. All of Nevada does. So I was like, fuck it, man, I have to. So Mr. Z is a reference to my first ever Dungeons and Dragons character.
We're learning all the inside jokes today, lads.
We are.
Anywho, carry on.
That's the out of lore explanation for who he is. The in lore explanation is that he is the best gambler in all of Reno. And you have to go through a series of trials just to meet him and have a chance at gambling with him. And you have to do it in such a specific way.
I just ironically be the best gambler in the world if I wanted to. And I'm just now realizing that.
You probably
wow,
could.
I have all the best cards.
Yeah.
I have
Instant
5
royal
aces.
flush.
I could just will all of my cards to be part of a flush if I just
You
so
can.
wanted to.
You can, if you were allowed on the gambling floors.
Yeah, exactly. I am 14 years old.
I am 14 years old.
Best gambler in
You
the
know-
world?
Eli has played blackjack maybe once. And that was like at like a school event.
This is before you realized your powers.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And
This
anyway,
was before you became the best gambler in Reno, California.
Nevada.
Right.
Anyway,
Fucking states. Why do they exist?
Gwen shows you the article. You know, the greatest gambler in Reno?
You mean Yuzu?
What?
Wait, what?
Or Yuzu shows you the article.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
Names.
What?
You know, the greatest gambler in all of Reno? He's a Legend of Reno, too.
I don't think I know him.
Huh. It's a shame. People are talking about the Omni Janitor's identity, but this is like the coup de grace of identities. People really want to know who this guy is.
Yeah, I bet they do. I need to make a phone call. I need to talk to my.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, excuse me. Sorry.
She kind of just waits for you. It's like, yeah, go take care of business. Do what you need to do.
Gwen just like goes to somewhere a little and immediately dials her grandma's.
You hear the ring, and then like she picks up fairly quickly. Hello, Gwen?
Grandma?
Is everything all right? You sound kind of worried.
Why didn't you tell me?
Why didn't I tell you what?
That you are a Legend of freaking Reno!
Oh, that old thing.
Grandma?
That's just some stuff people make up about me.
Really? What are they making up about you? I don't think they're making up anything.
If you read that article, the work is legitimate, but I don't need to be called the Legend of Reno.
I see, but I just wish you told me.
There's nothing to tell you. You know what we do.
Yeah.
To the average everyday person, what you do can change lives, Gwen. I keep telling you that.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I just kind of freaked out for a second because
I think that janitor guy said it best. We're all legends, Gwen.
How many times are we going to use this quote in this
we're
session
all
alone?
legends.
Fucking as much as I need to, man.
Legend?
Are you just
good
mocking
quote.
me at this point?
No.
Make it.
If I were mocking anyone, it would be Asahite, but no, this
No,
trend is something that
you
caught
dare.
on.
Yeah, fair enough. I was more referring to the fact that you just went into that lower voice because I was like, oh my god, how many times are we going to hear this in this session?
No, man, I just really like that quote.
Fair enough.
Plus, like, it fits there. Like, but anyway, yeah, your grandmother just says not to worry about it. I think soon you're going to become a legend, quote unquote, too. Don't let it go to your head. You help people. Is it really that legendary to help people? If that's the case, then where has society gone?
I would respond to that, but I don't really think you'd want me to be a cynic right now.
I honestly would be like, honestly.
Sophia's a different breed, man.
Honestly, nowadays, like, apparently everyone are empaths nowadays. So
Trust me, I'm an empath. I know something absolutely horrible happened here. Not because, there's actual documented history of it, but because I'm an empath.
Yeah, that's the joke, but in this universe, their empathic abilities, while special, Sophia doesn't like to, Sophia thinks it's better to stay humble about it.
Absolutely.
Humility in this D&D campaign? It's a lot more common than you'd think.
Is that all you needed from me, Gwen?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. I just wanted to, and I also wanted to tell you that I love you. I didn't get it when I left.
Gwen, I love you too. He smiles.
If only Eli said that.
Ouch. Anyways.
You stay safe out there. Don't hurt yourself too much.
I'll try not to.
Jamie, while you're doing this, has just been kind of low-key.
Gwen, but she does. But note that Gwen does kind of blush when she does think of Eli, though, as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Jamie, again,
So-
deferring to the Elmo gif, she's just been,
So Jamie's actually been kind of training with Mr. Ushiro.
Yo!
Ushiro's been really nice to Jamie and has just been, kind of helping her out, helping her understand the sword, helping her get into a stance. You kind of overhear the two. It's like, you get this stance. He's like, right, yeah. Now swing with all your might. Remember to use your stance should carry most of the swing. Don't throw out your back when you do. Kind of just general advice, just helping her work through the sword fighting.
Don't throw out your back while you do it. That's some video game loading screen level advice there, my dude.
Kind of, but he's also an old man.
Yeah, fair enough.
Press A to slash.
If you want to make sure that you win, don't die.
That's pro advice right there.
You want some basic sword advice? I'll tell you. Keep your sword pointed at the thing that you're fighting at all times.
Pretty much.
Like that keeps distance. That keeps distance between you and their sword. Like, try and keep distance between you and their sword at all times. That's it.
The thing that Mr. Ushiro, it's kind of a beginner's guide essentially. Like this is the first time she's stepped into the ring. This is the first time she's ever trained, and he's just kind of giving her the basic rundown. He's being his fun, pleasant self as he's doing so. But he's helping Jamie out. And if you look towards Jamie, you could see that she's actually having a really good time.
She's having a ball.
So, yeah. While you're doing that, you and Sere finish up training.
Okay.
You've been getting better at this.
Thank you. I'd like to think I am, at least.
You definitely are. I could see it.
Well,
Does he still do the dumb poses?
No, he's definitely he's learned better. He's taking on a bit more of a traditional, European fighting style, which is a lot better than.
Yeah, he's really coming into his own.
Yeah.
Yeah, as opposed to just imitating what he saw in Super Park Rangers.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean,
that's actually what he did for his first fight.
Yes.
And Asahite's taken notice, and he has also been kind of proud of him at that as well.
It's hard work, and he's definitely got a lot of work, but he's gotten a lot better.
Yeah, and Asahite is a man who... Asahite, little known fact, and I'll give you guys a little bit of a dump here, a little bit of some character depth plot here on this one. He's a man who believes in giving credit where it's due.
We're all legends here.
We're all legends. Yeah. That quote again, it's gonna end up being the quote of Irony's Claw. Like, we might as well change the campaign's name to We Are All Legends.
Dude, you don't know, man. There's so many just running gags, running tracks.
Yeah,
quotes that have been repeated.
Of course,
the quote of Irony's Claw before that has been, it really is the biggest little city in the world.
And then before that, it was, what do you mean I'm an interdimensional terrorist?
Yeah, it's still a thing. I was thinking about saying, oh, another day as interdimensional terrorist.
This is like Rick and Morty, where just the old quotes don't die, new ones just keep coming.
Exactly.
Anyway, so this is actually Sigmund's first time seeing Eli with a sword.
What do you think? What did Sigmund think?
Sigmund saw a sword fight. He doesn't know very much with swords himself, so he's not the best at advice, but He's at least
kinda
impressed
more
with
of a
what he
gangster.
sees.
Sere looks at you, Eli, and just kind of just she looks back at Yuzu and Gwen, and they're talking, and she looks at Mr. Ushiro and Jamie, and she looks back at you. Hey, can I talk to you alone for a second?
Yeah, sure.
She takes you out to like the back where the trash can, where
there is some random
Is Miles
guy
still there?
in the back.
No,
Miles is
Miles is left.
Okay.
I was about to be like,
okay.
Miles
if
is
he's still
left.
standing there taking notes on a fucking trash can, this is gonna get off quick.
No, Miles is gone. Huh. Someone took that trash out that was left by the garbage.
You noticed that?
Yeah, I think my dad may have done it.
Oh, I see.
Wait, what do you mean you noticed that? I didn't.
Oh, it's nothing. Don't worry about that. What do you want to
Okay.
talk to me about?
She gives a sigh. I feel like there's this strange. I look at Yuzu and I look at myself, and we're both so different people.
Isn't
Like,
that kind of the point?
yeah, but she has a lot of friends. She goes out a lot. She sees a lot of people. She does a lot of things.
Right.
And all I really have is sword fighting.
I mean,
Did I mess up somehow?
no, I don't think so. Everyone's just got different interests, and just because she's going out a lot doesn't mean she's enjoying it, you know?
Does it mean she's enjoying it? I hope
Yeah.
she's enjoying herself.
Well, no, of course. It's more so, sometimes people go out and just because they have to, you know? Like, you go outside and do things outside of sword fighting, right?
And a lot of sword fighting mostly. But
Fair
that
enough.
carnival was fun. I did enjoy it. I wished I could do more stuff like it. But
What's
I don't
stopping you?
know how to initiate that. I wouldn't know what to do at Reno. There's kind of overwhelming whenever I think about it.
Yeah, I can understand what that feels like.
I
There's
wanna,
all
then there's also the fact that I want to find who I am outside of sword fighting.
right. That makes sense. Well, there's certainly. Anyways, where was I? Yeah, that makes sense. There's certainly a lot that you can do, right? There's a lot that you're interested in, right?
I wouldn't know where to start.
Well,
My sister talks about that concert lady, the
Rain. Yeah,
Rain.
I bet she does.
She talks about Rain and how she's like fun and like most girls my age really like her and most guys my age really like her, and I listen to the music and I don't think I could get into it, but
Then find some music that you do like.
Hmm.
You can always learn more about your own music, where stuff like that goes, and
I
there's
want to find a way.
when you asked where to start, I would say that you should start where you're interested, right? Just a base interest. You can say, let's say you do want to start listening to music. Just start listening to something, and eventually you'll find yourself in a position to talk to someone about the music you like.
So you just kind of go about it naturally and you'll find stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's not going to be like an immediate payoff or anything like that. It'll it is the way that you should be able to go about it.
Can
I mean,
I
there's
ask you
always
a
going to be the
question?
chance that. Go on.
Sounds kind of silly, but you're my student when it comes to sword fighting.
Right?
But you and Gwen and even Yuzu have so much to teach me about everything else. Can the next time that we hang out, it be off the battlefield?
Certainly. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of what we're all here for. We're your friends, right? Friends teach each other things and do things with each other.
I don't really have a lot of friends my own age.
That's fair. You do a lot of sword fighting, you're not going to make a lot of friends your age. I figure that's a payoff, or, well, the consequence of such. But that's okay.
I wanna
Friends aren't the only thing someone should be worried about. There's a lot more to life than just friends.
like.
Well, some people would say their career, other people would say their passions. It's kind of a more nuanced um, issue, I think is the word.
I want to find out what my life means to me, and I want you to help me do it.
Okay. Yeah, I would love to. I think.
So, next time we hang out, I kind of want it to just be us, without Gwen or Yuzu, and you could show me some of your favorite things.
Sure. Why not? There's always We can watch a ton of that.
Super Park Rangers?
It's a. I guess I never told you. Super Park Rangers is a Super Sentai show that I watch religiously.
Hey, what's the Japanese version of Super Park Rangers?
Oh, I should probably figure that out, huh?
Yeah.
I'm gonna say the English title is Supreme Godslayers. Like for the Japanese version of the show.
Oh, that's what the English title translates into?
Yeah,
She
so
just kind of casually brings it up. Oh, Supreme Godslayers.
it would be like Kamiga. Hold on. This is where translates into. Hold on.
Yes, of course.
My
Luke's
Japanese.
trying to do an actual name, and then we're just Super Parkour Ranger.
Super Park Ranger this.
This is gonna be fucking. This is gonna be the new fucking Kawaii Usagi-chan no
Kawaii
Shinyaru.
yes. Kawaii
It would be
Usagi-chan no
Shiko no
Shinyaru desu. Yes.
It would be Shiko no Kamikira.
Yeah, and I think instead of the Omni Janitor, how about the Cleaner?
If you want to cement that, people are calling you the Omni Janitor right now. If you want to just call yourself the Cleaner, you're gonna have to form. You're gonna have to. You're. You're gonna have to cement that into Reno's like legacy yourself, kind of.
Yeah.
Like next time you do any Omni Janitor work, you can refer to yourself as the Cleaner, and people will start. Yeah.
It's actually
Alright.
Goddokira.
Yeah.
So
Shika no Kamikira.
it would actually be Shika no Goddokira.
Shika no Goddokira.
Because they're taking the anglicized word God Killer and then like re-romanjing it. And so it's extra butchered.
Super Park Rangers is a Sentai.
Yes.
So it comes from Japan originally.
Yes.
So I'd imagine Shika no Kita Kamakita
I like
would
the
be
idea that they heard the word God Killer in English and then we're just like, that's fucking awesome, and just like
You know what? That's fair. That's fair. And obviously, due to religious restraints, they couldn't call them God Killers, so they called them Park Rangers. That
Yeah.
makes
Oh,
a
God.
lot of sense.
So you're
Yeah.
basically saying that Shika no Goddokira was for kids.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
absolutely.
They just heard the word God Killer and thought it sounded cool, and they didn't at all do any research into what it actually meant.
So
back in, like, the
basically
70s.
Evangelion.
They sold it. Yeah, exactly. So Shika no Goddokira is like this like fuck off.
Super Park Rangers!
It's Eli. There he is.
Dude, actual depiction of Eli.
The one thing that
I
they have
swear
not
to
changed
God.
in translating into English, the one thing they did not change is the name of which is Boo Bugman.
Boo, Bugman. Yes.
And it
But
is
in the English version, they say it a lot more casually. In
Yeah.
Japan, I think we discussed this. In Japan, he's just called Bugman, but he
okay.
always comes in with like a boo.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah. I think we discussed this like a couple sessions ago.
No, you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
So it's cool.
Anyway,
Oh yeah, I got you.
yeah. No,
This-
go ahead. Go ahead.
The Super
You were
Park Rangers
saying
lore is
before I
just
cut you off.
insanely deep.
Yo, if you want to fucking write that out, like a Super Park Rangers lore, and
Super
just give it
Park-
to me as a just give it to me as a document so
Irony's
that I can
Claw
just draw
lore
from it.
versus Super
Honestly-
Park Rangers lore.
I kind of like just bullshitting it as I go. Because like it
Sure.
gives me the freedom to just be like, oh yeah, the Yellow Ranger is a, you know what I mean? I don't have to think about it.
Queer baiting in season 4.
Yeah, like that. Like you can have moments where like I just pull some random shit and they're like, oh yes, that's Super Park Rangers knowledge.
Ah, yes.
Like-
Okay, that is my favorite thing to do with in-universe television shows. But if you can bullshit, that also means that I can bullshit if I need to.
Absolutely, that's the best
Fuck
part.
yes.
It's shared property, dude. I'm letting you use it.
Fuck yes.
You both have the IP of Super Park Rangers.
Yeah.
Next thing you
If
know, by
Irony-
the time we come
Irony
back to
Claw,
next
that doesn't-
session,
We were fucking Sere and Eli were having like a talk together. Yeah, no, like Eli's like, yeah, like I'd love to help. That like that's that's something that I find worth in myself. Do it.
yeah, basically
Yeah.
what I'm getting from this is that
Sere actually references Shika no Goddokira. She's like, oh, that's what it's called in Japan.
Oh, yeah, that's right. How did you know that?
Well, my family's Japanese. I used to watch a lot of that, the original version of that, when I was a kid.
The 70s version? That's like impossible to get in the
What'd you say, the 70s version?
Yeah, the 70s version? That's like impossible to get in the States. You have to like pirate it in some weird website.
I
Don't
think
trust.
I might have some old DVDs. Or not DVDs, VHS.
We're
If
gonna
they
be-
still work, they're buried somewhere, but if they still work, would you like to watch them together?
You have no idea how much of like a holy grail that is to me.
oh, okay.
Like what you've just offered me is a religious experience.
So
Absolutely.
what we're getting from this is that Eli is going to have an interesting time watching 1970s Super Park Rangers. Because is it even subtitled?
I don't know a lick of
Um,
Japanese.
Yeah.
Probably gonna just love the action scenes though.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't understand what's going on, but whoa, look at that! Oh my
Watashi
God.
no Goddokira redu.
So like they're just old VHS tapes of like really old like Doctor Who era Super Park Rangers. Probably. When did the original Super Sentai come out?
Yeah, like the 70s.
Wasn't it 80s?
I think so. Let me look at this up. Let's see. Super Sentai.
Meanwhile, here I am. Okay, basically what I'm getting from the fact that
Yeah,
Ruins
1977.
has dual ownership of the Super Park Rangers IP. What I'm reading from this is that Ruins is going to come into the next session with the script of the entire series, all 13 seasons of it, maybe, depending on how much they made. Yeah.
Don't tempt me. If I have time,
sorry.
I'll try.
So the actual term is tokusatsu, and Super Sentai is actually the series that the Power Rangers come from.
Yeah.
That's what I'm
So
remembering.
wait. So the original series aired in like the late 70s.
So the original tokusatsu is Kamen Rider from 1970. The actual the first Super Sentai show, Himitsu Sentai Go Ranger, which is it ran from 1975 to
So tokusatsu is the genre.
yes,
Super Sentai is the name of a show
yeah, Super Sentai.
that is also then became Power Rangers, but Kamen Rider came before that.
Yeah, Kamen Rider Kamen Rider.
Okay, that's yeah.
Don't even get me started on Ultraman.
Dude, Ultraman
I
that I think, but that's not technically tokusatsu. Technically,
Ultraman is something different. I think
Yeah.
Ultraman and like original Voltron had a few series like they're kind of the same-ish series. Not same-ish series, but like same-ish kind of design.
Not that
That makes-
Voltron.
tokusatsu.
Not 2015. Did the new one come out in like 2015? 2010's Voltron.
Yeah.
Like original 1980s Voltron before they rebooted it.
So the techniques from tokusatsu come from original, like the 54. So like,
Yeah.
the big monster destroying shit and then like having to fight it comes from like the original like Gojira films. So anyway,
Yeah.
That's kaiju, baby.
that kaiju.
But like, so we'll just say that Super Park Rangers was taken from the same branch of tokusatsu,
Yeah.
maybe from a different branch that Power Rangers was.
So I would like to say that Power Rangers, like Super, in this timeline failed, like didn't do very well. But a different series, like
Super Park Rangers is the one that caught on. Okay.
Exactly. The Himitsu show, Go Rangers, didn't do very well, so the creator tried again, and the third time's the charm, and Goddokira's rose above.
Goddokira's.
And became,
So yeah.
Goddokira.
Of this timeline.
Yeah, she talks about how her father had like old VHS copies of that just because he really liked that kind of show. And she has like the original Japanese late 70s, early 80s Goddokira series on VHS.
Good shit.
And she's just like, I have those old VHS tapes just somewhere. They're buried, but if I talk to my dad, I think we could get them out. We used to watch them a lot as kids.
Nice.
My dad discovered sword fighting very late, and he wanted to get us in at an early age. So we had a lot of fight media.
I see.
I didn't think that somebody would pull moves from it, though.
I mean, well, I haven't. It's a. I know. I'm sorry.
She kind of gives a laugh and like a small smile. She thinks it's adorable, but like not in the oh my god, super cute kind of way, just like casually. That's kind of funny.
Yeah. I'm just gonna. Yeah. I'm just gonna say that we're all set, and
Yeah.
I'm
So-
definitely gonna watch the original tapes with you.
That sounds like a really fun time.
Eli is getting
So,
ready to see the original. We are getting ready to see.
This is my moment. This is the moment I've been waiting for.
I'm going to post
Gwen?
the GIF.
No. Getting a love
Yeah.
life? No. The original Super Park Rangers.
Yeah.
God, if there was any Pokemon Lost media, you bet this would be me right now.
Yeah.
No, there is Pokemon Lost Media. Rest assured.
There is. It's just a lot of it isn't stuff that typically interests me. Like if there was there are some fucking lost Pokemon games that oh man, I'm so fucking hyped over. But a lot of it's just like, so did you know that this episode was banned in the US because of this reason?
Because 4 kids. Also a
Yeah.
gun.
Yeah. But anyway,
Mostly the gun.
I did
You
not know Blue Ranger had an MP5. Like I did not know that was his original gun.
which one?
The Blue Ranger. They gave him an MP5 in the original. Like everyone else is like fucking like fantasy weapons and shit. And then the Blue Ranger just
Everyone
has
else has got large fucking swords. Super.
For Blue Ranger's neutral special, he wields a gun.
I'm just gonna say that the original creators of Super Park Rangers, you know how Kojima, Hideo Kojima, not Asahite Kojima, really loved Bond movies, and that's what inspired Metal Gear 3.
nice.
It's basically what happened with Super Park Rangers and the rise of 80s action movies in the US.
Gotcha.
He would actually have them imported, and that would inspire old Super Park Rangers.
Mhm.
A better example, you know how Iraqi was really into fucking American bands, so he named every that.
I got you.
In Super Park Rangers lore, there's a lot of it inspired by old 70s action movies and kung fu shorts and Bruce Lee shit. Is Bruce Lee pre 70s or are
Was
those
he?
80s movies?
Let me
80s.
check.
80s is where he became popular in the because a lot of action movies were getting the east to the west.
American and also fucking Chinese kung fu movies.
I got you.
Kung fu movies, a mix of action. This is what basically inspired the
He died in
Sentai genre.
73, so yeah.
Oh yeah, no, Bruce Lee was fucking huge in inspiring this series then.
Absolutely.
But back to the session at hand. You walk in, Sere's talking to you, she's looking at you. Gwen, you notice this.
Hmm.
You notice them kind of chatting. Yuzu does too.
Yeah, so Gwen just deadpan.
Why? What did I do?
That's so fun. We'll definitely have to watch those movies sometime.
Yeah, absolutely.
She smiles and she goes back to she actually goes to help out one of you hear her go, "Oh, actually, you're going to want to do this with this form." And she goes to help out another one of the students.
Oh, I see.
You look over at the student and they're clearly afraid of her.
Oh, good.
But she has no idea. Anyway, continue.
Yeah. Whew. I'm sorry, who's continuing?
You two.
Oh, gotcha. So, hi. So, how is training going?
It's going good. Been found out that my is a legend of Reno.
I heard about that this morning. I was surprised.
And you didn't tell me?
It's more so that I didn't know.
Okay.
Okay? Just okay?
Okay. Okay.
Are we not gonna talk about the fact that you're is that we're just gonna mention it and then
It's not really a big deal. Be a big deal, and I'm gonna respect that. Yeah.
Fair enough. I mean, if I knew my mom was a big legend, and I don't know how I'd take it.
Yeah.
Anyway, you learn any new stances?
Yeah, somewhat. Yuzu taught me.
Gotcha. Man, this is really awkward. I'm sorry.
You're fine. I fully expect this between two.
No. That's what I'm trying to do. You can feel like this aura coming off of Gwen. Like, have you seen like those anime moments where there's just purple freaking aura
yeah, just
around them, and then Umi, and then she's like,
I'm not an empath, but can I feel this?
Absolutely. You feel some weird tension.
So,
I can just see Yuzu just awkwardly standing there, like,
yeah, I'm gonna go this way. Do you wanna duel, or are we just gonna stand there and look at each other awkwardly?
Yeah. I think I think I'm just gonna sit down.
Okay. Yeah, you enjoyed that. I'm gonna go this way, and he's just gonna quietly be like, I can't. The tension's too much. Where is Sigmund? I have to talk to Sigmund so I can get some brevity.
Okay.
I can imagine Sigmund's just eating a casserole. So I don't know.
A casserole in the middle of a dojo. Where's he even gonna get that? Okay, yeah, fair enough. But at the same time, what?
Well,
Why a
he
casserole?
wouldn't. He's smart enough to. Damn, man, I could go for a casserole right now.
Yeah, nobody just says, yeah, casserole, let's go. No.
Pulls out his pocket casserole maker.
Sigmund is a bit more of a, how do I put this? He doesn't just get a casserole, fam.
I'm sorry. The first thought when Eli, the thought that's coming to mind is, you ever see, is that fucking Love is War? I fucking love that show. That show's so good. You ever see that episode? You ever see that one Filthy Frank video where he's going around and eating ravioli out of his pocket? And just
ravioli, what's in the pocket, Oli?
I imagine Sigmund doing that with
it's just a prank, bro.
With a fucking casserole.
He's not doing.
But no.
In all seriousness, he's not doing that. Because, you don't just pull out a casserole. No. Casserole is more like sitting down with the family. No. Sigmund just has a granola bar. He's just tiding himself over for a little while.
Gotcha.
Speaking of granola bar, I gotta post that meme again, because good god, my brain is just 2-track.
Sigmund roll stealth.
Natural 20.
No one notices you pull out that fucking granola bar. No one even pays it any mind, man.
I thought the stealth roll was just for while eating the granola bar, where once the image sends, you'll get what I'm saying. And why
Nature
it's a stealth
Valley.
roll. Yeah, basically, this image just granola bar. You want to roll stealth for that. On one hand, I think it'd be funny, but on the other hand, why?
No. You know
That's
what?
A 16.
Go ahead.
That's a 16.
Those crumbs fall on the floor, but nobody notices, man.
Damn Nature Valley. Why did I choose that brand?
I mean, Nutri-Grain's infinitely better.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
know. Why didn't I think of
You
that?
went with Nature
Wait
Valley.
a minute. Narramancy.
You're midway through that granola bar and it suddenly changes to a Nutri-Grain.
Yeah.
The Nature
Now
Valley
we're talking.
crumbs. The Nature Valley crumbs are still there, though. Unless you want to do something about it.
Hey. You. Omni Janitor. I've got a task. I accidentally made my granola bar Nature Valley instead of Nutri-Grain.
Mr. Ushiro.
All right.
Notices that you said Omni Janitor. In fact, the whole rest of the dojo hears the phrase, "Hey, Omni Janitor," and they turn their heads.
Oh man, and
You hear whispers.
I just
gotta roll.
exposed all
I gotta
of you.
roll. Yeah, I gotta roll a 19 as a 19 of a slap.
You got to roll a 19. You got to roll good. I'm not going to say you have to roll that good, but you got to roll good. So yeah, roll to clean it up.
Yep, got 20.
What?
Yep.
Yeah, Omni Janitor.
You got a 20.
Yeah.
I don't believe you.
Oh,
But at the same time,
on one hand, that's awfully convenient, but on the other hand, yeah, Omni Janitor, let's go.
You know what? I'll believe it.
Do I need photo proof? Go ahead.
Send the photo. Send a photo. Oh,
I will. I fucking will.
Send a photo. Because man, this Omni Janitor stuff. It's so like anything to do with cleaning. It's always a nat 20. Hold on.
It's a 20. Yes, it is.
That's a.
Is that a? Oh, I think that's a 14 actually.
Yeah, it's the side that's on the top.
Yeah.
You
know what? 14 works. You clean it up. It doesn't turn heads, but it does.
But it does earn some recognition and praise from him, and tell him, by the way, kid, call me the cleaner.
All right then. I don't know why you're calling me kid, considering that I'm 31, but go off, I guess.
You just got
everyone kid.
The cleaner. Your cleaner nickname still needs time to cement. People are still going to be calling you the Omni Janitor. There were a few people that a 14 is good enough to get a few people to believe you.
Yeah, Omni Janitor, and I'm just like, with my couple of hands, and I'm like, basically.
But essentially, you clean it in such a way that it doesn't really turn heads.
Yeah, and by the way, I mean, he's like giving a fist palm of it, and like, what's with this fucking Omni Janitor shit?
If you want to look into it later, you could go ahead. But for now, yeah. Technically, your sword training. Technically, your sword the day for you guys, Gwen and Eli, is over. You guys can head back to your respective houses. The sword training is essentially done. The place is about to close.
Yep.
Gotcha. Yeah, I should probably head home.
Bloomy Gwen just leave.
Yep.
Damn.
Do you guys want to?
I don't know what happened to her, and I'm kind of afraid to ask.
It's about honesty, man.
I guess. I'm just. I'll try and stop her before she goes.
Yep. Yeah, Asahite said, but trust me, kid, it's all the better for it. You
Nice
best,
lesson.
you bet. He busts a 17 here. 17 with honesty and straightforwardness. Kid, you should just be honest with her and just be your natural self.
That was the plan. Yeah.
I like how this went from I need to talk to Sigmund to this is getting awkward to granola bar.
Granola bar.
Good stuff, Devin. Like, actually good stuff. What were you going to say about the Omni Janitor before? You were saying something about that name.
Yeah, he was just like, Asahite, when he heard it, he was like, oh, God, why? Why this Omni?
I fucked
You're
up.
just a
I made a
fucking
granola
epic-
bar, but it was Nature Valley instead of Nutrigrain. Nature Valley isn't even that good. I don't know why I asked for it.
Hey, it was the peanut butter and chocolate kind.
No, it wasn't. It was just the plain honey.
I thought it would be good.
I thought
Anyway.
it would taste good. It didn't. It was so
Anyway.
grainy.
Anyway, before we move on to the Narramancer stuff, Gwen, Eli, your scene. You guys are walking
Gwen-
to your respective homes together.
Gwen, what's going on?
Huh?
You just seem out of it.
Eli, it's
Yeah, of course it's me. We've been walking together for the last 10, and I'm starting to get worried.
I like the canon. I like the head like the in my universe explanation. That she's just kind of walking with this deadpan zombie-like stare, and Eli has been walking alongside her, and they've just been silent
This
after
entire-
Asahite told him, "You gotta be honest, kid. Just be true to your heart." And then
walking.
and Gwen 100% knew that Eli was there, but like still said, "Oh, Eli, it's you."
Gwen, like, did I do something that offended you, or? Okay, what's going on?
Nothing.
It seems like something's going on. You don't ever get this gloomy.
It's nothing. She just gets more gloomy as the more they talk about it. Yeah, exactly. That is.
Fucking love this show.
I need to finish
But-
it. I watched like the first couple of episodes.
Dude, by episode 12, it turns from like good to great. Like the 12th episode is genuinely one of my favorites in anime. Like so good. It's so I won't say anything, but just let me know when you get there, because it's so good, and I need to talk about it.
Anyway.
And a third season's coming out.
Street. This is my street. I should go.
I see. Well,
But Eli goes from his heart here.
The words echo through Eli's head.
Yeah, and I mean,
Honesty. I need to make
what am I supposed to be honest about? I'm just genuinely confused.
You said, Gwen, you sense that from him. Eli, give me 2 words. 2 words about how Eli is feeling.
I'm confused.
Yes,
well,
those
I
are
mean, yeah, he's confused. But I mean, he should have also seen like the example that both Asahite and Jolene kind of set off for them on the whole double.
I guess, but people are different, man. Everyone's gonna like react to things differently.
Mm-hmm.
Eli, stupid. You don't to worry. I'll be fine.
Gwen, can you say that again? I couldn't hear you.
Oh. Look, Eli, it's stupid and it's just doesn't matter. I'll be fine.
I see. Well, if it does start to matter, you know where you can text me. So,
No, it'll never matter. It'll be okay. I don't need to talk.
no problem.
Gwen, you remember something that your grandmother said? Being honest is always the best form of action that you could take with somebody that that you like. I'm not saying you have to. Just those are the words of your grandmother.
It's just really stupid, and I'm embarrassed that I'm even feeling this. I am, and I hate it.
I see.
That's all I have.
No problem. It's okay to be embarrassed by feeling some stuff sometimes, you know? People get upset all the time at stupid things, and then we get upset at ourselves for being upset in the first place. Kind of thing is common, at least that's what my mom says. So, I mean, I'm sorry you're feeling this way, and I find the cause of it for some reason. I think you should just rest on it and eat well. Take care, take care of yourself. Yeah, man, if I knew your grandma's phone number, I would have texted her about this. Anyway, just take care of yourself, okay?
You mean that?
Yeah, of course. If I don't mean it.
Dude,
He does mean it.
he means it.
Hmm.
She can see it in his eyes, and something.
She becomes less gloomy.
Yeah, and she does.
A little bit. And then she's like, "Okay, thank you. Good night."
Yeah, good night. I'll see you probably sometime soon.
Yeah.
So Gwen, you get back to your place. Your grandmother notices.
Oh, yeah.
And
I kind of figured.
your grandmother notices, but what she notices is that you still have somewhat of a gloomy air to you. And she could just she immediately gets onto that. She's like, "What's the matter, Gwen? Something must have happened at the dojo today."
Where's Sophie sitting?
She's sitting on the couch.
Okay. Gwen is just like, as soon as she walks to her grandma.
What'd you say? They cut out.
Okay, so as soon as Gwen walks, plop to her grandma on the couch, and she's gonna rest her head against her grandma's shoulder.
Your grandma puts her arms around you and kind of gives you like a calming kind of like a pet, where she's like, she just, you ever just she kind of runs her hand down your side very like comfortingly. If that makes any sense. I hope I'm coming in clear with that one.
Yeah, no, I get you.
Is everything okay?
No,
Why's that?
because I'm jealous and I don't like this feeling and I just want it to go away.
What are you jealous of?
Well, I saw Eli talking to the girls that were at the dojo, and I just started feeling this way.
Was he flirting with them?
I don't know.
Yeah, well, she does. Gwen does remember that he did not do anything flirtatious
Gwen
or
doesn't know
anything
this
like that.
actually. Gwen
Oh,
just
really?
Gwen just kind of saw what she saw. She saw Sere and Eli just go out and talk for a little bit.
Oh,
Run
I
me.
saw them. Well, of course, she's probably gonna get the wrong idea, right?
Of course.
Anyone
what-
who sees their crush with, and they go somewhere private, and then they're
yeah,
gonna get
it would
the
be a
wrong idea.
natural. It would be a natural reaction too, and I mean,
Definitely.
but
Well,
I'm sure she has. But I'm sure he'll probably try to tell his side of the story as well to try to justify some of his
we'll get
actions.
Well, that's if he knows what's wrong. Eli
Yeah.
does not know what's wrong.
We'll get to that. Don't worry. But for now, Sophia looks at you and just basically says, "Well, we're gonna do a little brain exercise. Maybe this will help you get rid of your jealousy, okay?"
Mm-hmm.
So, what do you think Eli was doing when he went out with that girl? When he went outside with that girl?
Well, I don't know.
Off the top of your head, just tell me what you think that he was doing. Could be the craziest, wildest thing imaginable.
I don't
We're
know.
gonna.
What if that girl likes him too?
Let's just say that he possibly was. Let's just say that he possibly. She took him outside to tell him that she loved him. Let's just imagine that for a second. Are you imagining it, Gwen?
It hurts.
But think about what happens afterwards. What do you think Eli would say?
I don't know.
Really? You don't know?
I think he'd turn her
Yeah,
down.
Grandma raises more questions here.
Devin, hold on. We're doing this scene with Gwen. We'll get to yours soon enough.
No. Don't mind me. Don't mind me.
All right. But you were saying, Faith?
Well, he turned me down, so
What did he say when he turned you down?
he just told me he wanted to take things slow. He didn't want things to go too fast.
When he told you he wanted to take things slow, do you think that that's what he'd tell Sere? Or that's what he'd tell the other girl that he was talking to? Do you think maybe that this girl, whom I assume he just met, would he even have feelings for this girl at this point? I mean, you've known him your whole life, and he's not even sure about you.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Here's how I imagine this conversation to go. If this were even to happen, Eli, I like you. And the other girl would look at him, and he would respond. He would respond with a confused look and not know what to say. He would be taken aback. But if anything, I think he would give the same response that he gave to you. Or maybe even say, "Hey, look, I'm kind of interested in someone else right now." He did say you had a chance with him after all.
Yeah,
Does that seem like the more logical answer?
yeah.
No offense to him, but I don't think Eli is a Casanova type. I think when you told him how you felt, it really threw him off of his game.
I don't really remember any other girls in his life, our childhood, so yeah.
Well, you could tell. I could tell just by looking at him that he's got some things to figure out about himself before he's ready for anything serious.
Yeah. Yeah.
She looks at you and it's like, "Do you feel a little better? Do you feel
Yeah.
you feel a little less jealous?"
Yeah, I feel a little less jealous. I just if he did say he wanted to take things slow with that girl, then I don't want it to be like I don't want it to feel like a competition. I don't want it to turn into that.
Well, why don't you talk to that girl? Maybe
What?
tell.
Mm,
Go ahead.
I don't I don't think I'm comfortable with talking to that.
Say that again. You cut out.
Sorry. I don't think I'm ready to talk to someone I just met about that something so personal so soon.
Can we go back to thinking about Eli real quick? You just met this girl. I assume that Eli also just met this girl.
Yeah.
You really think somebody would spill something that personal for someone that they just met?
Yeah, you made a point there.
I understand young love is fast, but not that fast. Not that fast. And I imagine Eli wouldn't be all too comfortable with that either. I mean, he could barely give an answer to you, someone he's known all of his life. So I don't think that Eli would be too comfortable with hooking up with some random girl. He looks like he's going through a lot, actually. So I don't think he's in the mood for any kind of relationship right now.
Yeah. Sorry about that. I had to think for a second.
Yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead.
you're right. I don't know why I I don't know what came over me.
Jealousy is the natural feeling. It's bound to happen every once in a while. Just don't let it overtake you, don't let it consume you, and don't let it block out that rational thought.
Yeah.
This girl is probably just excited to have Eli as a friend, and he's probably just excited to have made some new friends himself. You have Yuzu, right? I think of it like the same way in that situation.
Yeah. He is going through a lot, and I think. Did you hear that? Sorry.
No, it cut out.
Okay, I'm talking way too low. Yeah, he can use more friends. He is going through a lot.
Hmm. I think I think it's actually good that he had the foresight to tell you that he's not interested at the moment. It would be bad for you two's relationship to force him into something that he's clearly not comfortable with. And the
Yeah.
fact that he had the insight to tell you that he wasn't ready, I think shows a lot of maturity on his part. He doesn't want to hurt you, and I think that because he doesn't want to hurt you, I think he'd be a lot more forward with this kind of stuff rather than just leaving you out in the dirt to just guess for yourself. And don't be afraid to bring it up to him if it ever happens. It's awkward to talk about these things, but honesty often is the best form of action.
I just don't want to like burden him with that. He's already going through a lot.
It's more of a burden to have him guess, sweetie, than it is to just outright tell him.
I think I think I'll talk to him the next.
He smiles. He gives you a kiss goodnight. End scene.
Yay.
So that's going to do it for the Gwen and Eli section for today. I understand that you two have some prior obligations to get to.
Yes.
Yeah.
You are free to leave the call whenever you feel like. However, I ask that Asahite and Sigmund stay, because now we're going to do the second part of this. We're going to do the second part of this session.
All right.
Awesome.
Bye.
Catch
See
you
you
later.
guys.
Hope you had fun.
If there's anything that from your guys' portion of this session, then I would like to know after the fact, of course.
So plot is going to be there's going to be a bit of plot happening after a certain point. I ask that you I mean, how do I explain this? I ask that if you're going to watch the VOD, you kind of stop at this point until like the secrets are revealed to you through the campaign.
Oh, okay. So I shouldn't.
Yeah, I kind of real shit. I was kind of gonna kick you out at this point anyway, just because I wanted to do some stuff with the Narramancers.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, kind of works out in all of our favors that you had some prior engagements.
Fair enough. Life is funny like that.
Yeah, it really does
It do
work
be
out.
like that
It really
sometimes.
does work out.
All right. Well.
So anyway,
in that case,
I hope you did enjoy your section of the
Yeah.
plot today.
Absolutely. I cannot wait for plot. I cannot wait. I'm so excited. All right.
Awesome.
Love you guys.
Good night.
Love you too.
Good night.
See y'all.
Gotcha.
And then there were 3.
Awesome. So Eli goes home for the night. Eli and Gwen go home for the night. You two are still outside the dojo. Actually, we're going to do things a little differently. So remember how normally we do the Narramancer Council stuff before,
Yeah.
like in the intermittent between the Eli Gwen stuff.
Yeah.
We're actually going to treat this like a separate thing. So we're going to rewind back to
Okay.
the beginning of the day
Alrighty.
before meeting up with Gwen and Eli. And you, specifically, Asahite, get a call. You get called into the boss's office. Gramps.
Oh boy. Hey, Gramps.
Hey. Hello, Asahite. You notice that Suzaku and Jolien have also been called in.
Yes.
I would kind of like to touch bases with all of you. I understand
Alrighty.
that this is your first Ironomancer case. And I would like to know how you're handling it.
Well, so far the boy hasn't shown any signs yet. Hopefully we have been keeping eyes on the boy as you asked as well. And as far as the Ironomancer situation, there's been some feelings between that boy and his friend Gwen. Yeah.
Suzaku chimes in. Asahite, I know it's your job to watch over Elijah, but hold on, give me just a second. I know that it's your job to watch over Elijah, but you really should avoid getting attached.
I mean, honestly, this boy has a shot a better shot at a future than I ever had when I was with my old man.
Asahite. You know what he is.
I know. But if I can train that boy, but if I could be able to somehow shape this boy's power into...
No, Asahite, you don't understand. You know what he is. You know what we're going to have to do.
Trust me, I would rather we avoid the boy's execution. Trust me, let him make his choices. Let him make the call.
His choices could doom us, Asahite.
Not if we guide. Not if all guide him on the right path.
The right path for him, or the right path for reality itself.
The right.
You
path.
turn and you see Jolene. You see Jolene getting kind of anxious around this.
I want to find a reality where both parties can be happy here.
Now.
I'm a firm believer of looking adversity into the face and spitting in its eye.
Yes, I believe that we handle adversity too, but we have to do it the way we were trained to. There's no room for error. You don't understand. Before you guys can get any more heated, the boss interrupts you. Now, you are all my children. I raised you well. However, I also fear for your safety. Asahite, when you say things like, I think you should at the very least hear Suzaku out. I think he has a point when it comes to how these things usually go. Asahite?
Honestly.
I understand an Ironomancer can be a bit mentally taxing. Every Ironomancer case.
He's just a boy, Gramps. You don't misunderstand. He's just a boy. He needs to go through some of these life challenges. But if he's going to do that, then at least I'd want to provide for him and his family. At least. Give them a better life if they can. Better than what I had.
Ace. Your safety is important too. Listen, you guys are like my children. You guys are like my family. Have I told you the story about what happened to my family?
No, I don't think you have.
So, when I was young, well, I say young, but we all know that years in the narrative is different. I discovered my powers at the ripe age of 81. And I know what you're thinking. That's old. You've lived a long time before discovering your powers. I was approached by the Narramancers at that age, and well, I held a great attachment to my family. I'd watched them grow up. I've seen multiple generations of my kids come and go, and I've seen my kids have kids, and I got to rest assured and know that they've lived a happy life. I would have given anything to see them happy. But I also knew that if I wanted to provide for them, and I wanted to keep them safe, and I wanted to keep them happy, I couldn't do it as their grandfather. My time with them, while I still maybe had a few more good years, was running out. And I would better serve them if I joined the Narramancer Corps. So that's what happened. I did. And I used all of my powers to watch over them. Then, of course, the reboot. My first. I had to watch my family members grow up without me. I had to see them live their lives independent of mine, as if I never existed. That hurt me. And then it happened time and time again. I had been successfully removed from the equation. Nothing changed, except that they didn't recognize me.
Gramps, if only I knew. If only we all knew.
I kept it from you because it's nothing to concern yourself with. However, there is a light at the end of that tunnel.
Yeah.
When you three came into my life, I treated you like my own children. I love everyone in that Narramancer Corps. I love all of them like my kids, but you three are special. I watched you grow up. When I did, it reminded me of those days back in England, watching my grandkids grow up, seeing the smiles on their faces, and I got to see that all again with you, as you all are becoming amazing Narramancers. I know we aren't related by blood, but I feel a special connection to all three of you.
Honestly, Gramps, you've been more family to all of us than our old families ever could.
He starts to tear up a little bit.
I mean,
I
even
do
old,
feel,
even old,
you know,
even old Suzaku, even as big of a Sophia as he can admit it, he feels the same way too. Yeah.
I do admit I have great respect for you, Elder Malcolm. He's kind of trying to hide it, but you know. You grew up with the guy, you know his shit.
Hey, at least with Ace, he only ribs the ones he can at least get into it he likes or gets into a sibling rivalry with.
Of course. These two. Yeah, of course. Asahite. I understand you can be bold. I understand you're willing to do a lot of things that we find silly. But this isn't playtime. We're dealing with an Ironomancer. This is going to be a much different thing than you guys are prepared for. I've dealt with multiple Ironomancy cases. Each one of them is different from the last. And they're all ended in disaster.
So what do you suggest then?
I understand you have attachment to the boy.
So what do you suggest then, Gramps?
I understand that you have attachment to the boy. But what must be done must be done. And that will be decided once the trial comes about.
Okay.
Thank you, Asahite. Thank you for listening. I just wanted to check in with all of you. You're all free to go. I want to make sure that you're doing well. And if you ever need to talk about anything, if it ever is too much, I know these cases, they're a lot to handle. But you can talk to me about them.
All right. And yes, and on the 20, Asahite comes out of it at the end with emotion. And dude, this chapter is getting over like so huge.
What'd you say?
Dude, like already the emotion and the feels coming off of this. Dude, this chapter is getting over like so huge.
Bro, that's not even it. We still have some more scenes. So, that was this morning. Cut to after Eli and Gwen leave. Sigmund is there. Before we do that, I do have to use the restroom again, so I'll be right back.
All right.
All right.
See ya.
So, it's after work. You meet back up at the council. You see Miles. Evie's also there.
Yeah. And I'm like, okay, you two.
Miles,
Just
they're
gotten
kind of just
done with
With?
Eli. I realized that
Oh.
I
Yeah.
was turning down the volume on OBS, so I had to go over to a different
Yeah.
window.
Yeah. So,
that's good. That's good news. Okay, go ahead.
So
Yeah.
Asahite rolls a 20 on initiative. He takes the
Initiative.
initiative.
Oh, so
He
typically,
takes an initiative.
okay.
So he's basically instructing Miles and Ebby to kind of see if they can keep. He's instructing them to keep an eye on the boy as well in his stead.
That's great.
While Asahite would be like becoming the silent benefactor,
What do you mean?
like a kind of like a silent partner or like a benefactor, where he does help his family. He helps like us. He helps Eli and his family, financially anyways.
So you bring
Yeah,
up with them a plan about maybe possibly
at
using
least-
our Narramancy powers to help the family of Elijah.
Yeah, at least to kind of if his family, because if his family environment kind of helped improve a little bit by bit, then at least the kid could probably at least feel some of that positivity around in the environment.
Evie's kind of indifferent, but Miles actually, you kind of see this excitement in his voice. Yes, that's what we should be doing. We should be reaching out to help this kid. Asahite, thank you so much.
That would be good,
So
but at the same time, I do have concerns as for using Narramancy in this way.
Yeah, that's why I'm. Yep, I understand your concerns, Sigmund. That's why I am sending you and Miles. Kind of think of that as the party of check and balance.
I understand.
That is
He
not-
wants us to. I think I get what he's saying.
Because think of it. Sigmund is more of the rational thinking type. Miles is more of the energetic kind of goofing balls or something like that.
You're thinking of Evie. But
Yeah,
Miles is like
Evie.
Miles pipes up. I think I understand what you're saying, Asahite. You want us to help you, maybe manage each other so we don't go out of line when it comes to the Narramancy bit.
Yes.
If we have to use our powers.
Yeah, only when deemed necessary.
Actually, I have an announcement to make. And So, I was wondering if you three, Sigmund, Evie, Asahite, if you three would join me tonight for a drink at the Spirited Barrel.
All right.
Certainly.
I don't see why not.
There's some matters that I'd like to discuss with you.
All right.
And so we shall.
Okay, let's do it.
Yes. Cut 2. You're outside the Spirited Barrel. Miles meets you. He's very fancily dressed.
And I've got myself like a good suit and vest combo as well.
Hell yeah.
Sigmund is in his work attire. Because after all, this is business.
This is business, but okay. Sigmund, you do understand where we are, right?
Yes, I understand where we are. I have been here before.
Maybe we could do something about the, gonna stick out like a sore thumb.
In what way? Is this not a business?
Wait, does Sigmund just... It is a business, but this place is more spirited casual. I understand we're meeting here on business, it's just certain attire, you know?
I suppose, but... Very well, then.
I think...
And with a little bit of Narramancy, he makes
And
it a little bit more presentable.
Awesome.
Alrighty. And with that out of the way, let us get to the issue, to what we need to address at hand.
So we go in. We get seated at this really nice kind of lounge area. There's like this really nice table. Eddie's even just super excited. She usually doesn't go to places like this, and she's just kind of like, she doesn't find herself in too fancy of bars a lot of the time. You understand that, like, she's happy to be here, but this is like not her usual hangout spot. She's kind of lower middle class. Or in her previous life, she was kind of lower middle class. She lives in a mansion now, but she still finds it, you know, a little weird to go to these fancy bars alone. You get seated at this nice table. Evie's kind of smug and confident. Miles is more just this casual determination. And the seats are really nice. They've got that leather padding, that like really fancy leather, you know, with like the fur and stuff. And there's gemstones. The table's made of this really nice wood. The lighting is like really dim, but in like a fancy kind of way. Of course, I'm sure you could tell what I would like to discuss. You're away from a good portion of the crowd.
Yeah.
From a good portion of like the people there.
Is something the matter with Eli?
Actually, yes. It is a matter about Eli. So, as you know, the trial is tomorrow morning.
Oh.
Where we decide Eli's fate and how we're going to deal with him. My stance has been pretty open on the matter. I firmly believe that we can save him. I firmly believe that he has a chance, and that we could use this to learn a little more about Narramancy, and use it to better handle Narramancers in the future. He just has to live. He has a chance, and we shouldn't... Damn it, we shouldn't get to take away his life. We shouldn't have that choice. We have to do better than we did before.
Yeah, you're right.
You know the story. You know the story about that Narramancer in the past, right?
Yeah.
They torched his entire city. Burned it to the ground in looking for him.
Trust me, you can't
be like that.
Yeah, you are right. The cleanup would be rather devastating on our part as well, not to mention Gramps' as well.
We can't forget about our morality. Sigmund, you have a kid, right? You understand.
I do. Somewhat, but in that same vein, wouldn't we just be hold on, let me actually get my words proper. Wouldn't we just be using him as a guinea pig?
It wouldn't
honestly, it'd probably be better off than what Suzaku would have planned for him.
It wouldn't be that, though. I could see it in your eyes whenever we get the chance to see him. You really do care about him.
Which is why I worry.
Well,
It seems that
to
either
address
way
your
this trial
words,
goes out,
address your
we're
words.
doomed.
Yes.
We're not.
Well, to address your... Hopefully it's not going to go to that, Sigmund. I have at least faith and confidence in the council and in Gramps' judgment. Trust
We're
me.
not.
The
We're not
verdict
nothing
is
about-
not my concern.
Nothing
My
about Eli.
verdict
I
is the
see a little bit of
aftermath.
himself in me. I recalled about my father, and trust me, and
Maybe there are a few
some of the
ulterior
loathsome...
motives involved, but go ahead, Asahite.
But yes, as I was saying, I did recall how my father would often be alienated with work, and often his phone would be ringing off the hook with debt collectors and loan sharks. But at the same time, the boy has been through quite a number of family ordeals and trials as well. At least one small act of kindness can definitely be rewarding in and of itself. Do one act of kindness, pay it forward, and things will be able to go right from there.
Again, my concern does not lie with whether we can redeem this boy. It is the method within which we do it.
That's why we need you, Sigmund. We need you.
That's why we need you
I'm
as
clearly
maybe possibly
like,
one of his teachers.
listen. Yes, I'm clearly in the mindset of practical reasons, but you view it from a different angle. You have kids of your own. You know what it's like to raise a son. You know what it's like to live in a family. You know what it's like to. You know what it's like to have this burden. Not burden, but like you're looking at it from a different angle. You're looking at it from the angle of like caring about this kid like he was one of your own.
I'm looking at this through his lens.
Maybe I'm looking at it at a different angle, but
my angle is not that I
like,
look at it through caring about Eli. I'm looking at it through Eli's lens as much as I can.
This is why you're important. I try, but I can't get into that. I can't get into that boy's head a lot of the time.
And I understand that. My main concern is that if Elder Malcolm's judgment is to be trusted, and Eli might make it out of the trial alive, then how do we not create a threat out of him?
You said it best. You talked about showing him the narrative. True, his life could never go back to the way it was before we ended up getting involved. But that doesn't mean it has to be the end for him.
Even then, what would Elder Malcolm say of that? Just let an Narramancer waltz right into the narrative.
Not that unheard of. He casually mumbles to himself. Listen,
and that is the
it's all
problem.
this.
Every time that I've seen beforehand of this, had a reboot not occurred,
viewing it from the wrong angle. Every time an Narramancer even shows his face, we have to press that button. But what if we didn't? What if there was another way? What if Eli is the key to that?
Between Narramancer and Narramancer.
What if we could... I hate saying this, but I want to keep him alive not only for his benefit, but what if we could use this to learn about Narramancy so that we could better handle situations like this? This is not going to be our last Narramancer case. And every time it ends in tragedy and deaths and de-existifications and more often than not reboots. But what if we're just looking at it from the wrong angle? I understand you guys. I understand. He starts to cry even. I understand you guys. I understand you guys have a point. That we are in such a situation that we cannot afford to take risks. But is it not in those situations where the riskier answer is often the right one?
Very well then.
Yeah.
If we can convince Elder Malcolm to think the same way, then we shall go forward with this. However, if this ends up proving to be a pipe dream, I'd prefer not to think of it.
Responsibility.
Would you have the gall to kill him, Sigmund?
I would not.
Sigmund, I need to know. I don't care what Malcolm says. I need to know that you're on my side with this.
I am
Asahite,
on
Evi.
your side.
He's freaking out right now.
And I'll say he's sweating. It's a little bit relaxed.
He's breathing heavily.
Miles, it is
You've
all
never
right.
seen Miles like this.
You do not need to
Yeah.
worry. When all is said and done, I am on your side on the fate of Eli.
Even if he says no, we need to fight back. I don't care what that final ruling is. He's making this situation out alive. He's coming out of this situation alive. I will give my all to make sure of that. The narrative will be the better for it.
So will I, my friend. So will I.
I will do what I must.
Asahite, I know that we don't always see eye to eye sometimes, but having you on my side means the entire narrative to me. And Sigmund, you've been a voice of reason that I could turn to whenever I need it. Thank you all. And Evie, I know that we fight sometimes, but I think we can make a difference. And I really do view you as a good friend. Yeah, man. I don't want that little goober to die. That would suck if we had to do something like that.
So then it's settled.
We have our answer for
Yes.
tomorrow.
Yes.
All right. The final scene. Cut to
All right.
tomorrow morning. There is a round table. A round table with chairs big enough for each and every table, for each and every member of the Narramancer Council.
All right.
Sigmund.
I'll try to get some sketches in on that scene and
Miles.
put it into the art and see what we can come up with.
Miles makes sure to sit himself between Asahite, Sigmund, and Evie. Hector sits across from you, Sigmund. Suzaku sits at the furthest end of the table away from you. And at the center, the very back, sits the man himself, Mr. Leonard Malcolm. He closes his hands as if signifying the beginning of fate itself. So, I understand that I understand we've had a chance to watch over this kid over the past few weeks. We've had a chance to view his circumstance. How do my young pupils think that we should handle this? This is not going to be easy. And whatever conclusion we come across will not be an easy one. I can tell you that much. But y'all are great Narramancers. And sometimes it's hard to do what you have to do. But if you ever need to talk, if you ever need reassurance, if you ever need confirmation, I'm here to talk to each and every one of you. This is going to be a turbulent time for the Narramancer Council as a whole. Or rather, our section of it. But we will make it through. We will make it through.
Of course we will, Gramps.
Turns to Asahite and smiles. Suzaku looks you, Asahite, dead in the eye with a intimidating glare.
And so it is the beginning of the end.
Joe Lenny's like, I couldn't agree with you more, Sigmund. This is terrifying. So, would anyone like to speak up about what they've discovered with Eli?
I shall go first.
Thank you, Sigmund. You have the floor.
Throughout the period that I have seen Elijah Sullivan, he has shown to be little more than just any other normal human, save his abilities. He simply wants to have a life of his own. He wants to be able to go through life without so much trouble that he is being put through. Unfortunately, he discovered his powers during a fairly turbulent time in said life. And as a result of that, accidents occurred. A very costly accident, nonetheless. Regardless, that is not to say that he is malevolent. That is not to say that there is not potential to find something better in this. We have a chance to actually change our fate, to prevent us from being doomed to reset after reset. We have a key to the Ironomancers. But we can't have that key if Eli is killed. Who's to say that any other Ironomancer is going to be as willing to cooperate with us as he is? You can't. That is all.
Thank you, Sigmund. Very well spoken. Miles pipes up. I've known Eli for a short time myself. Everything Sigmund says I agree with. We have a lens that we could understand Ironomancy through. We could make waves in the Narramancer Council. We could change the narrative. We could better understand the question that we've been having for a very, very, very long time as to what irony actually is and how we could go about fixing it. Maybe the next Ironomancer case doesn't have to be as tragic as this one already was. Eli could be the reason for that. Besides, I have my own reserves. I read of the case of the previous Ironomancer. The one that got away, of course. I read of the destroyed city. I read of the Narramancers who entered that city with the intention of killing an Ironomancer and ended up killing everyone in it. I view that as a mistake. And if this council is anything like me, you would view it as a mistake as well. We are powerful. We are strong, but we are also human. And I think we should remember that in times, even in times of turbulence. Thank you. And now I hand the floor to Asahite.
Yes, you shall think with me, my friends. Through my observations into Elijah Sullivan, the boy has matured from what he's gone through in the previous few months since his interaction and clash with us. However, I will hint out, while we may not know what might come of this, all we can do is just grow with the boy and understand, and each of us can understand him with great respect and with hopefully the same decency as any other human being, or just like you or me or anybody else around here. He at least deserves that respect from everybody here.
Very well.
The boy at least deserves a shot. We cannot let our mistrust and cruelty rob the poor boy of his sweetness and life.
Sholeni kind of backs down. He kind of looks at you like you're crazy. Ace, I know you're one to go against the tide, but why now?
I see something in the boy that reminds me a little bit of some of my childhood transgressions. I only hope that I can provide the boy a much better path than I ever did with my father. That's all I can be able to hope to give him.
Very well. Suzaku, you have the floor. You see a quiet man who's held his tongue up to this point. Pretty much, if you've looked at him before, you saw this poker face, this dead-eyed stare, no expression on it whatsoever. Are we finished with the platitudes?
Platitudes
Yes,
or simple logic? That is your choice.
are we finished with the platitudes?
If you wish to call them that.
Very well. I say this case is no different than any other Ironomancer. We should prepare for his deletion. Any questions?
Yes, I have a question. Why would we
Speak.
even bother with the deletion in the first place? When we could learn
He's
so much
just
from
a
this.
boy.
Every time, there's different reasons to spare an Ironomancer. And every time, that ends up being the downfall. You've read about those cases too, I assume. When you started studying the narrative, you read about Ironomancy and the harm that it could do to the narrative. You read about the many Narramancers that met their fate. You read about reality having to be rebooted. I understand your position, Sigmund. I understand your sympathy. But I do believe that in times, we have to take the colder option. Miles pipes up. Hey, wait, no, this is insane. You're talking about killing a kid. He's just a boy. He's just a boy that killed 30 people. Nay, de-existified them.
And
Those
what
kids
of other
do not
serial murderers? What of other people who have killed hundreds, thousands? What have we done with them? Left them to do as they pleased. Why didn't we step in then?
You don't understand, Sigmund. That could be fixed in a reboot. There's always going to be a future reboot. they will have their chance again. When a kid or a person is de-existified, there is no coming back. The narrative is doomed forever, and it's left for us to fix it. Why are we intervening now? Why can't we just... Why is this even a question, Sigmund?
Why is this a question? Why are you advocating for this?
I'm
Tradition?
advocating... You know nothing of protecting the narrative.
Don't you have any... Well, wouldn't you think that that a little bit of the Ironmans, if we... Don't you think the boy deserves at least a chance or a shot, Suzaku?
It's clear that Suzaku doesn't think that. What he does think, however, is that we can keep doing the same thing over and over and over again, and then letting reboot after reboot after reboot occur.
Sigmund, you've been on the council for only 5 years. Or how long has Sigmund been on the council?
I'd say 5 years is about right.
Yeah, you've been on the council for about 5 years. I've been on the council for subtotal my whole life. I understand that this is a different case than the rest. Every Ironomancer case is different. But you must understand that we have a certain way of doing things around here that goes back longer than any of either you or I or him have known Narramancy. What if we let Eli live? And what if sometime down the line he decides to unleash the full effect of his powers? We don't know what an Ironomancer can do.
Which is why we were going to study him.
Yeah.
What can you get from studying someone who intentionally keeps secrets, Sigmund?
You understand why they keep secrets. Maybe it's because they fear being executed.
Maybe you don't understand this yourself. There's still an Ironomancer out there that we haven't been able to catch. There's still one that we haven't been able to kill. Miles, you talk about that case as if it's a tragedy. It was a tragedy. Those 5 Narramancers died trying to find him, and we are no further in finding him than we were before. Miles pipes up. Maybe they were bad Narramancers. Excuse me? Maybe it was their fault. Okay, you don't understand. Maybe they pushed him too far. Maybe he wasn't hurting anybody, but they pushed him over the limit. Maybe this will happen again.
Suzaku. Honestly, never again should any child, need they be Ironomancer or Neuromancer, should have to go through what we had to. You know it, I know it, and Jolene knows that.
Asahite, I understand that you've always been the most emotional out of the two of us.
But also try to keep it with a sound and clear mind as well. I will look after him.
Thinking rationally right now.
Because I feel the boy and I are kindred spirits in a way.
You've gotten way too attached. You've gotten way too connected. You're letting your empathy take over. And sometimes we can't do that. This is why I've avoided the case entirely and set my sights on merely repairing the narrative.
Perhaps it's better that you leave the case alone and let us continue on. We've been handling it quite well.
If you want to, and besides, if you want to view our progress, we can happily let you come in and observe some of the work.
I have no interest in getting attached to an Ironomancer. I've heard the stories of many Narramancers like you that got attached, and many Narramancers that fell to tricks, fell victim
to
their own emotions, and ended up paying the price.
Have you talked with him, though? Who are you to judge?
Enough! He bangs his gavel. Asahite, Sigmund, Miles, Evie, I see your logic. I understand that you've grown quite attached to the boy as you've spent time with him. But Suzaku is right. We do have a way of going about things. We do have traditions that must be upheld. And maybe when you start to come to understand the narrative a bit better, you'll understand why we must keep these traditions.
Yes, Gramps.
As of tomorrow, we will set up for the boys' deletion. Do I make
No.
myself clear?
Yes, Gramps.
You're just gonna let him do that?
Of course we're not. I have an idea.
Elder Malcolm,
This is insane.
do you not see the very flaw in your logic? You have not explained why this tradition needs to be upheld.
Have you ever seen a reality collapse? Have you ever seen everything you loved, grown to care about around you, fade away, get deleted? We're thinking about more. We're thinking about more than us here. There are thousands, millions, billions of people who live in that narrative that could be affected by Eli, like those 30 kids were. Think about this.
Even though
from an angle.
Eli may help us find the one. Think about it. We could track him down, finally put an end to the one that escaped us.
Yeah.
That is wishful thinking, Sigmund.
Wishful thinking that you never bothered to prove. And we could.
After several reboots, you don't have time for wishful thinking. I've made my decision. We are going to stick with it. Eli will be set up for deletion. Council dismissed. Welcome to the plot, guys.
Oh my fucking god, dude. What the hell?
Now, there's a little bit more later on. After the trial, I will say this, out of character, there is a way that you can save Eli. There is a way that he can make out of this alive. He can end the story with a good ending, and you all can too. But all of you, every single player in this game, is going to have to work together to make that outcome a reality.
Right. Okay, so which die do you need? The 20s, or are we doing the 50s?
We're not
or
rolling
60s?
for that yet.
We're not rolling this yet.
That's not for a while.
You guys will make your rolls over the course of the story. But I just want things to be clear.
Yeah.
You all can save Eli.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying this as a DM to try to throw you off of the pattern. Eli does have a future, and can have a future, and can see the end of this story, and can, make a life for himself. But you gotta figure out how. And that's up for you guys to tackle. You guys have to figure this out as Narramancers.
All right, then. And I guess that would conclude the VOD at least, so I'm going to go ahead.
Actually, there's one more scene that I want to do.
Actually,
it's a quick
fair enough,
one.
yeah.
So you're meeting outside of the council room, and Miles is furious. They can't do this. They can't do this.
They won't do it.
And Suzaku should not have final say. He does not know what he's talking about.
Yeah.
It is
Miles,
definitely
trust me,
unfair. It
you're
is
right.
1 man against 4.
By every fiber in my being, I will not let them take him. I will not let them mess with him.
Even if we take on the whole council?
That
Yeah.
is his
Maybe
plan.
against them. We will find a way to make him alive. We will find a way to keep him around. He's not dying.
Yeah.
He is not dying.
Yeah.
Damn it! We're Narramancers. We can change reality at a whim. Why can't we change his?
You're right.
MC,
All right.
you can conclude the VOD now, Hayden.
Thank you.